What do you do when everything falls apart? When the plans crumble, the future goes quiet, and you're left standing at zero with nothing certain but the next breath. Most people panic, some give up, but the Stoics saw rock bottom not as an end, but as a beginning. Welcome to the ultimate Stoicism guide to rebuilding your life from zero. In a world where we're told to fear failure, Stoicism offers a different message. You are stronger than your circumstances, and rebuilding begins within. This guide is for anyone starting over, after loss, after failure, or after simply realizing that something has to change. Here, you'll learn how to face your situation with courage, take ownership of your thoughts and actions, and use timeless Stoic principles to rebuild a life rooted in meaning, purpose, and inner strength. You don't need to have it all figured out. You just need the right mindset and the first step forward. Let's begin. Imagine for a moment that someone is shouting at you, insulting you, belittling you, but instead of reacting with anger, you simply smile calmly, feeling completely in control. Not because you're indifferent, but because you've learned to master your emotions. This isn't just a fantasy. It's a skill that can transform your entire existence. Think about it carefully. How many times have you ruined your day because of someone else? A misplaced comment, a disrespectful attitude, an unexpected betrayal, and there you are, giving away your mental peace to someone who doesn't even deserve it. Why do we allow others to have so much power over our emotions? What you're about to discover will change your perspective on life forever. This isn't about enduring everything or suppressing your emotions. It's about understanding a fundamental truth. Nothing and no one can make you angry unless you allow it. The principles you're about to learn come from ancient Stoic philosophy, tested over thousands of years and proven to work by countless individuals who have achieved true emotional freedom. The reality is that most people live as emotional slaves, constantly reacting to external circumstances and other people's behaviors. They bounce from happiness to anger, from peace to frustration, like a small boat tossed around by the waves. But you don't have to live this way. You can become like a lighthouse, stable, unmovable, and always shining your light, regardless of the storm around you. The first principle to understand is that offenses only have power if you give it to them. When someone insults you, criticizes you, or attempts to humiliate you, most people react with anger, feel hurt, or even seek revenge. But have you stopped to think about why? Why can someone else's words affect you so deeply? The reality is that no one can make you feel offended without your consent. An offense is nothing more than a series of words or actions that only gain meaning if you give it to them. It's like receiving a poisoned gift. If you decide not to accept it, the poison stays with the one who sent it. The ancient Stoics understood this perfectly. Epictetus said it clearly. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. If someone says something hurtful to you, they're not actually harming you. What hurts you is the interpretation you give to those words. Consider this. If a small child insults you, you probably won't care. But if someone close to you does it, suddenly it hurts. Why? Because you believe that person's words have special value. But that's just a perception you can change. This doesn't mean you should become cold or indifferent. It means you should become selective about what deserves your emotional energy. Not every comment, criticism, or negative behavior from others deserves a response from you. Most of the time, people's actions say more about them than about you. When someone tries to provoke you, ask yourself this question: am I going to give this person power over my emotional state? Make a conscious decision that their comment doesn't deserve your energy or your mental peace. True power isn't in responding with anger, it's in remaining firm and unshakable. Anger is a fire that consumes, but you decide whether to feed it or extinguish it. It's an instinctive reaction, a primitive impulse that pushes you to act without thinking. But here lies the difference between a weak mind and a strong mind. The weak mind gets carried away by anger, while the strong mind dominates it. When someone provokes you, when something doesn't go as you expected, stop and ask yourself, who's in charge here, my temperament or my reason? In that moment of pause lies your true power. It's not about suppressing anger, but about transforming it into wisdom and control. The Stoics saw self-mastery as the greatest of all strengths. Seneca said it clearly. The greatest power is mastery over oneself. And this isn't just theory, it's a daily practice. Every time you choose calm over rage, you become stronger. Think about it this way. If someone insults you and you react with anger, you've handed over your power. They've manipulated you with simple words. But if instead you maintain your calm, you demonstrate that you are the one who decides how to feel and act. That's true power. Imagine a warrior on the battlefield. What makes them formidable? Not their uncontrolled fury, but their ability to remain serene and strategic in the midst of chaos. That's how you should be. Make self-mastery your shield. Don't allow others to have control over your emotions. Every time you manage to maintain calm in the face of provocation, you're forging yourself in stoic fire, becoming someone unbreakable. Because the true winner isn't the one who wins an argument, but the one who doesn't allow anything or anyone to make them lose themselves. One of the greatest causes of anger and frustration isn't what others do, but what you expected them to do and they didn't. You become disappointed when someone doesn't respond as you imagined, when they don't show the gratitude you thought you deserved, or when they act in a way you consider unfair. But here's the truth. No one is obligated to fulfill your expectations. Each person sees the world from their own perspective, shaped by their experiences, values, and beliefs. What makes perfect sense to you might be irrelevant to someone else. What you consider respect, another person might see differently. Expecting others to think and act like you is the perfect recipe for frustration. The Stoics understood this perfectly. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, when you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, today I will encounter ingratitude, disloyalty, arrogance, envy, and lack of reason. Not because he was pessimistic, but because he understood that human nature is imperfect. If you expect less, you suffer less. Accepting people as they are without expecting more than they can give liberates you. It doesn't mean conforming or allowing abuse, but recognizing reality and acting with wisdom. If someone fails you, don't be surprised. If someone is unfair, don't lose your calm. Observe, understand, and adjust your attitude without losing your peace. When you stop demanding that others fit into your vision of the world, you gain something invaluable: emotional freedom. Instead of reacting with anger, you simply accept life as it is and decide to focus on the only thing you can control: your own mind and your own actions. This shift in perspective is liberating because it removes the burden of trying to control what's beyond your influence. Anger is a trap, and falling into it only demonstrates that someone else has power over you. If you react with rage, it means that person managed to manipulate you. But if you maintain calm, if you don't give it importance, then you have absolute control. Imagine someone insults you, criticizes you, or tries to provoke you. What are they looking for? Probably a reaction, an emotional response that makes them feel they've won. But here's the key: don't play their game. Breathe, smile internally, and say to yourself, I won't fall into this trap. The Stoics saw indifference as a powerful weapon. Epictetus said, if someone tries to harm you, remember that harm only occurs if you decide to accept it. If a provocation doesn't affect you, then it was never really a threat. Indifference is your shield. Think of a rock in the middle of a storm. The wind roars, the rain falls hard, but the rock doesn't move, doesn't get altered. That's how you should be. Not because you're insensitive, but because you understand that not everything deserves your energy. Every time someone seeks to bother you, ask yourself, is my peace worth this? Most of the time, the answer is a resounding no. Remember, your calm is a luxury that few can afford. Don't waste your balance on people or situations that don't deserve it. Responding with indifference isn't weakness, it's intelligence. It's demonstrating that no one has power over your emotional state. So the next time someone tries to get you out of your element, simply smile and move forward. Don't react. Don't fall into the game. The victory is yours. Life doesn't attack you, it trains you. Every obstacle, every provocation, every moment of frustration is nothing more than a test of your patience, your self-control, and your wisdom. But most people don't see it that way. They take problems as personal offenses, react with anger, or victimize themselves. The Stoics, on the other hand, see in every challenge an opportunity for growth. When someone insults you, what do? You can react with fury and demonstrate that anyone can get you out of your element, or you can see it as training for your character. It's in difficult moments where you really discover what you're made of, not when everything is easy, but when life tests your temperance. Marcus Aurelius said it with clarity: fire turns into flame what burns in it. What for some is an obstacle, for us is fuel. In other words, difficulties aren't there to destroy you, but to strengthen you. Every time you face a frustrating situation, ask yourself, how would someone with a strong mind react? With anger, with desperation, with complaints? No, they would do it with calm, with strategy, with self-mastery. Imagine you're in a gym and every problem is a weight you must lift. If you avoid the weights, you'll never develop strength. If you avoid challenges, you'll never develop character. So the next time something or someone tries to destabilize you, change your perspective. Don't see it as a personal attack, but as an opportunity to prove to yourself that you're stronger than any provocation. Life doesn't put you through tests to defeat you, but to turn you into someone unbreakable. One of the biggest mistakes we make is emotionally tying ourselves to what others think, say, or do. We believe that others' approval or disapproval defines our worth, that their words have the power to alter us, to make us feel complete or empty. But here's the truth. No one has the power to define who you are more than yourself. Emotional detachment doesn't mean indifference or coldness, but the ability to not let others' actions, words, or opinions affect your inner peace. The Stoics understood that our emotions should be under our control, not under the control of external circumstances. As Epictetus said, it's not things that disturb us, but our opinions about them. Imagine others' opinions as passing clouds in the sky. They appear suddenly, move across the horizon, and then disappear without a trace. If you cling to each cloud, if you allow yourself to be affected by every comment or judgment, your peace will be a mirage. But if you learn to see those clouds without clinging to them, you'll be able to maintain your calm and emotional stability. Detachment also means letting go of the expectations we have about how others should act. When you don't expect the world to fulfill your desires, you don't suffer when it doesn't. Remember, you don't need others' validation to feel complete. You are enough just as you are. So every time someone criticizes you or circumstances test you, breathe deeply and remember, everything is temporary. Your inner peace is much more valuable than any external opinion. Learn to emotionally detach, and you'll discover a freedom that few experience. It's easy to feel grateful when everything goes well. The sun shines, relationships flow, and things simply work. But the true test of your character comes when things don't go as you expected, when you face uncomfortable, frustrating, or even painful situations. In those moments, developing gratitude is what really strengthens you. Gratitude isn't just thanking for the good, it's also a powerful tool that allows you to see value in adversities. Instead of getting angry or frustrated about what you can't control, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? Every challenge, every uncomfortable moment is an opportunity to grow. Every problem contains a lesson that will help you become stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Imagine you're stuck in endless traffic, or a coworker throws an unfair criticism at you. The automatic reaction is anger, stress, or even a feeling of helplessness. But the Stoics teach us that the uncomfortable moment is the perfect opportunity to practice serenity, patience, and self-evaluation. Seneca said it wisely, "Adversity is not the problem. The reaction to adversity is what defines our peace." Instead of losing yourself in frustration, use those moments as practice moments to develop virtues like patience, humility, or temperance. In every uncomfortable situation, ask yourself, how can I come out of this stronger, wiser, and more grateful? As you develop this mindset, you'll realize that you don't control circumstances, but you do control how you choose to face them. Gratitude not only gives you peace, but transforms you into someone who sees every obstacle as an opportunity, every discomfort as a lesson. Often, present problems seem like impossible mountains to climb. Anger and frustration cloud our vision, making what bothers us now feel overwhelming. However, one of the most powerful tools the Stoics left us is the principle of temporal perspective. Imagine you're facing a situation that enrages you, a disagreement with someone, a lost opportunity, or even an unfair criticism. In those moments, it's easy to get trapped in the intensity of the moment and forget that in life's grand scheme, that problem will be just a small spark that will soon extinguish. The next time you face a difficult situation, ask yourself, will this matter in a year, in 5, in 10? Most of the time, the answer will be no. The problems that seem so important to us today are actually temporary and small when we see them from a broader perspective. A disagreement today might seem devastating, but when we look back in a year, we'll barely remember it. This mental exercise has a profound purpose: to free us from the unnecessary weight of immediate worries. It helps us remember that life is full of moments, and most of them don't deserve the energy and emotional attention we give them. What really matters is how we choose to respond to those moments. Time puts into perspective what anguishes us today. Also, this temporal vision teaches us to prioritize what really has value. Daily small annoyances, minor frustrations, can lose all their power when we compare them with life's big questions, our relationships, our health, and our dreams. When you see a problem, stop for a moment and remember, time will reduce the importance of many things that seem so big today. By taking distance, you'll achieve not only greater peace, but also mental and emotional clarity that will allow you to handle the problem with serenity. In a world where speed, noise, and immediacy seem to be the norm, calm has become a powerful act of resistance. In the midst of chaos and confusion, many people mistakenly believe that whoever shouts loudest or responds with anger is the one in control of the situation. But according to Stoic principles, true strength resides in serenity, not in noise. Calm isn't weakness, it's a form of power. When you remain serene, when you don't let yourself be dragged by impulsive emotions or external chaos, you're demonstrating mastery over yourself that few achieve. As Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you respond that counts." The one who remains calm in the face of the storm has the advantage of clarity, reflection, and the ability to make wise decisions. Instead of reacting instinctively to attacks or problems, calm allows you to act with intention and control. It's easy to fall into the trap of emotional response, to react impulsively, but that's a response that only perpetuates conflict. Calm, on the other hand, allows you to take a step back, evaluate the situation with lucidity, and choose how to act more effectively. Additionally, when you remain calm, others' respect and admiration grow. People who lose control tend to create more chaos, while those who maintain it transmit an energy that invites peace. Remember that your calm is your strength, and in tense moments, the ability to maintain it places you in a position of power that goes beyond impulsive responses. Anger is an automatic reaction, but you don't have to be its slave. Imagine you could face any provocation without losing calm, without anything altering you. This isn't a fantasy, it's a skill you can develop. The key is seeing emotional control as a mental game, a personal challenge that dares you to maintain serenity in the face of adversities. Challenge yourself with the question, how long can I remain immutable in the face of any provocation? Instead of reacting automatically, start seeing every situation that bothers you as an opportunity to practice calm. Every time someone criticizes you, interrupts you, or frustrates you, it's as if life is throwing you an endurance test. Your goal isn't to avoid anger, but to decide not to let yourself be dominated by it. The first step is recognizing that anger is a choice, not a sentence. When someone offends or provokes you, there are really two paths. You can react impulsively, like any person who doesn't have self-control, or you can stop, breathe, and choose not to give in to provocation. Over time, by turning it into a game, your mind will begin to train itself to recognize situations that would usually make you angry, and gradually you'll become stronger and less susceptible to them. This mental challenge gives you power over your emotions. The more you practice, the more you'll notice that what would have deeply altered you before no longer has the same impact. It's not about suppressing anger, but training your mind so anger doesn't control your life. With time, you'll discover that nothing can disturb you because you've made your inner peace your greatest conquest. One of Stoicism's most profound principles is constant awareness that life is ephemeral. Every day that passes is a day that will never return, and every moment we invest in anger or negative thoughts is a moment stolen from our true essence. Imagine for a moment that you could see life as a movie with limited duration. Every second you spend angry or upset is like a lost scene from that movie, a scene you'll never be able to recover. Time, like wind, doesn't stop for anyone. Every minute we spend in fury or frustration is a minute we could have used for something more valuable, enjoying the present, learning, creating memories, or simply being at peace with ourselves. In the midst of frustration or anger, ask yourself, is it really worth spending my time and energy on this? Is it worth losing a piece of my life on something that will ultimately have no significant relevance? When you become aware of how fleeting time is, annoyances and small offenses lose their power. Anger is a response that consumes our energy, our peace, and our capacity to enjoy the present. Life is too short to waste on trivial irritations. Every second is a gift, and it's our responsibility to make the most of it. Remember that in the end, what matters isn't the small discomforts we encounter along the way, but how we choose to live each moment with wisdom and serenity. Practicing this awareness of life's fleeting nature allows us to release tensions and embrace a fuller and more meaningful existence. It's easy to fall into anger's trap when someone provokes or hurts us. The instinctive reaction is usually rage, judgment, criticism. But if we dig a little deeper, we can realize something very important. Most of the time, people who irritate us are dealing with their own internal battles. When someone provokes you, whether through their words, attitudes, or behavior, instead of reacting immediately with anger, try to pause and question, what might this person be suffering to act this way? Behind an aggressive, defensive, or negative attitude, there's often pain, insecurity, fear, or frustration. Seeing the other through compassion's eyes allows you to understand that their behavior has nothing to do with you, but with their own internal struggles. Anger is a reaction that not only distances us from peace, but perpetuates the cycle of suffering. In contrast, compassion connects us with shared humanity. By recognizing that each person is dealing with their own difficulties, you can free yourself from the temptation to react with rage and instead offer a response that comes from a place of understanding and patience. Transforming anger into compassion doesn't mean excusing others' bad behavior, but choosing not to let their difficulties steal your peace. By cultivating this attitude, you not only become a more serene person, but also wiser and more capable of building deeper and more authentic relationships. In the end, it's compassion that allows us to free ourselves from anger and respond with true wisdom. Anger is a mental prison where many live without realizing it, but today you have the key to escape. Now you know that control of your emotions isn't in others' hands, but in yours. The journey to emotional mastery isn't easy, but it's the most rewarding path you can take. Every time you choose calm over chaos, understanding over judgment, compassion over anger, you're not just improving your own life, you're contributing to a more peaceful world. Your emotional stability becomes a lighthouse for others, showing them that it's possible to live differently. The principles you've learned aren't just philosophical concepts, they're practical tools that require daily practice. Like any skill, emotional mastery improves with consistent application. There will be moments when you'll be tested, when old patterns will try to resurface, but remember that each challenge is an opportunity to strengthen your new way of being. The freedom that comes from not being enslaved by your emotions is indescribable. Imagine waking up each day knowing that nothing and no one can steal your peace unless you allow it. This isn't just a dream, it's a reality you can create through conscious choice and consistent practice. Your transformation will inspire others. People will notice the change in you, your calm presence, your wise responses, your ability to remain centered even in difficult situations. You'll become a source of strength and wisdom for those around you. Remember that this journey is ongoing. There's no final destination, only continuous growth and deepening of your understanding. Each day offers new opportunities to practice these principles, to refine your emotional responses, and to move closer to the ideal of the unshakable mind. The ancient Stoics knew that true happiness comes not from external circumstances, but from inner mastery. You now possess the knowledge and tools to achieve this mastery. The only question remaining is, will you choose to use them? Your peace, your joy, and your freedom are in your hands. No one can take them away unless you give them permission. This is the ultimate truth of emotional mastery. You are the architect of your own inner world, and you have the power to build it exactly as you choose. Let's be clear. Your life is full of things that simply don't serve you, that hinder you and steal your energy. But have you ever asked yourself why you continue carrying these things? Sometimes the greatest act of rebellion isn't making noise, but silently eliminating everything that doesn't add value to your existence. Toxic relationships, out. Self-destructive habits, gone too. And no, you don't need to make a spectacle of it or wait for anyone's approval. Today, I'm going to teach you to follow the advice of Stoic philosophy. Let go of what you cannot control and free yourself. Because, friend, life is too short to remain trapped by others' expectations. I'm going to show you step by step how to eliminate 10 things that are undoubtedly turning your life into chaos, not just physical, but mental as well. These things are destroying you before you even realize it, and if you don't act, you might lose something even more important, your peace. That's why you should start today, in silence and without excuses. In the end, what you leave behind says more about you than what you try to hold on to. Are you ready to truly start living? Before we begin, pay attention to this story that will help you better understand the wisdom contained in this material. In a small seaside village lived a young fisherwoman named Helena. She was known for her ability to navigate the most turbulent waters and for her incredible skill at fishing on the most difficult days. However, over the years, Helena had accumulated a large quantity of broken nets and tools that she no longer used, but out of pure habit, she kept them. Every time she went out to sea, the space in her small boat was filled with things that hindered her work. One day, while preparing for a long journey on the ocean, a strong storm formed. The waves pounded her boat, and she realized that the excess of things she carried enormously hindered her ability to maneuver. For hours she fought against the storm, but she felt that it wasn't just the waves that were her enemy, but the unnecessary cargo she carried. On the verge of despair, Helena made a difficult but necessary decision. She began to get rid of what didn't serve her. First, she threw overboard the broken nets, then the old and worn ropes, and finally even some objects she kept out of attachment, but that weren't useful. With each thing she released, her boat became lighter and she could maneuver better through the waves. The waves continued strong, but Helena no longer felt trapped by the weight of the past. Thanks to this attitude, she managed to stay afloat, and finally, when the storm passed, she returned to port. She was exhausted, but safe. When her fellow fishermen saw her return, they asked how she had survived the storm. Helena, with a calm smile, responded, "There are moments in life when we cling to things we don't need, objects, memories, or people that only add weight to our journey. Only when we decide to let go of the unnecessary in silence and without drama do we find the freedom to move forward with greater ease." The moral of this story is that in life there are many things we need to eliminate in silence to move forward. Sometimes the load we carry prevents us from navigating with lightness, and only by releasing that weight do we manage to discover our true path. the fear of others' opinions. Have you ever wondered how many decisions in your life were made out of fear of what others might think? This fear that infiltrates under your skin, that prevents you from being yourself, is like living on a continuous stage under the critical gaze of an audience that in reality isn't even paying attention to you. You know why? Most of the time, people are too busy dealing with their own insecurities to judge you. Even so, you become paralyzed. The fear of others' judgment is like a silent parasite that feeds on your dreams, that sticks to your back and whispers in your ear every time you think of doing something different or daring. What will others think? And suddenly you change direction, adapting your life to what you believe others expect from you. What irony! We spend so much time worried about others' opinions that without realizing it, we stop living the life we really want. This fear pushes us to please people who often aren't even truly part of our lives, as if our compass were misaligned. Instead of following the north of our intuition, we follow the south dictated by society. You wear the mask that best fits the expectations of the moment, at work, with friends, even on social media. But what about the real you? The one hidden under layers of fake smiles and borrowed opinions? Sometimes the fear of what they'll say is even more subtle. It disguises itself as prudence. It's not the right time. Maybe I'm not good enough. Excuses masked as wisdom that deep down hide the same monster, the fear of others' judgment. And meanwhile, dreams remain filed away, waiting for a better moment that never comes. To eliminate this fear once and for all, we need to practice Stoic philosophy. The Stoics teach that we cannot control what others think of us, but we can control how we react to it. It seems simple, but it's not. It requires constant exercise of introspection and courage. It's about learning to live for yourself, to make decisions that make you happy and not just to please others. Life is too short to be lived under the shadow of others' opinions. A good exercise is to start silently eliminating things that don't bring value to your life, those that are only there to please others. Do you feel obligated to maintain a certain image? Did you choose a career that doesn't satisfy you because it seemed like the right choice? Free yourself from these bonds. Start with small decisions. Say no to commitments you don't want to take on. Do something you've always wanted but were afraid to do because of what others might think. Each small action will be a step toward freedom. I won't lie, it's not easy. There will be days when the weight of others' judgment seems crushing. But in those moments, remember, every time you choose to live according to what others think, you lose a piece of what you really are. It's a kind of slow and silent death that you can avoid if you have the courage to be true to yourself. So start eliminating these things in silence. You don't need to announce it to the world. Just set aside what isn't yours, what doesn't belong to your essence. Learn to trust your own judgment and value more what you think of yourself than what others might think. Because at the end of the day, the only person you owe explanations to is yourself. As Carl Jung said, freedom begins the moment you stop worrying about what others think of you. Toxic relationships. There's a phrase I love. There's no worse blind person than the one who doesn't want to see. I'm sure you've heard it, right? Curiously, we often apply this selective blindness to our own relationships. We get used to dealing with people who somehow take more from us than they give. Yes, I'm talking about those toxic relationships that, without you realizing it, slowly drain your energy. And the most curious thing is that you often cling to them as if they were indispensable. I'm not just referring to romantic relationships. Toxic relationships can be anywhere. In the family, in the friend group, at work. And the most interesting thing is that no one forces you to maintain them. But there you are, tolerating in silence as if letting go were an affront to the world. Why do we do this? Perhaps because we were taught that breaking bonds is a sign of weakness or insensitivity, as if eliminating someone from your life were an act of cruelty, when in reality it can be the greatest gesture of self-love you can perform. Let's bring some philosophy into this conversation. The Stoics teach us that we shouldn't worry about what we cannot control. This also applies to the people around us. You cannot control how others act, but you can control whether or not you want to keep them in your life. It's simple, but here's the difficult part: doing it in silence. And don't misunderstand me, it's not about silent revenge or feeling superior. It's simply a conscious decision not to feed a relationship that wears you down anymore. Think about it. You don't need drama to eliminate what doesn't serve you. It's not necessary to announce to the four winds that you're detoxifying from people. Just let go. It's like stopping watering a plant that no longer blooms. You do it calmly, knowing it's no longer part of your garden, and that's okay. The plant follows its path, you follow yours, and life continues. Has it ever happened that you spend time with someone, even someone close, and leave that interaction completely exhausted? It's not that this person is bad, but their energy doesn't match yours. That's where the key comes in: detecting these relationships. Listen to your body, your mind. If you feel that each interaction with a certain person is a true emotional marathon, you might be in a toxic relationship. It can be painful to admit, but it's necessary. Here's where the silence strategy comes in. Gradually reduce interactions. Stop seeking contact. Distance yourself. Big gestures or fights aren't necessary. Just stop being available. It's liberating, believe me. Not because you're turning your back on the world, but because you're prioritizing your well-being. Sometimes self-love isn't saying no out loud, but saying enough in silence. So how do you identify these relationships? It's simple. If every time you see a message from this person, you feel a knot in your stomach, if going out with them leaves you more exhausted than a whole week of work, if you notice that it's always you who gives and never receives, you already have your answer. When this becomes clear, start the elimination process. No drama, no unnecessary explanations. Just move forward. The conclusion is that it's not about being cruel or holding grudges. It's about respecting yourself enough not to allow them to continue draining the energy you could use with people and activities that truly nourish you. In the end, the key is being honest with yourself and putting your well-being above guilt or fear of hurting others. Keep this clear, my friend. Some people are like the wind. You feel them, but you can't hold on to them. You just need to let them pass. Self-destructive habits. Sometimes you catch yourself doing small things that, if you look closely, you know aren't taking you anywhere. They're those actions that seem harmless at first, but that, without realizing it, slowly wear down your mental or physical peace. I too have fallen into this trap more times than I'd like to admit. Small, self-destructive habits that go unnoticed, like a constant dripping that over time wears away even the rock. But what happens if those habits are the rocks of our daily life? How do we eliminate them without making a scene? First, we need to recognize them, and that's the trick. It's not easy. Pointing out what bothers us in others is one thing, but identifying it in ourselves is different. You wake up in the morning, and without thinking, you grab your phone, not for something important, of course, but out of pure habit, as if your finger were programmed to swipe the screen before your brain has even awakened. It seems harmless, right? Until you realize you've lost 20 minutes of your morning immersed in nothing, with your mind already saturated before you even get out of bed. This is just one example. We do this with so many other things. That extra coffee that wasn't necessary, that conversation you knew you shouldn't have had, that series that doesn't add anything to you, but that you continue watching out of inertia. They're the small things that over time can create a big hole in your well-being. Now, eliminating these habits is another story. Let's be honest. How many times have you promised to leave something behind and ended up doing it even more? Like when you say, starting tomorrow, I'll really begin. And then tomorrow comes, and it's just another day of excuses. That's where a lesson from the Stoics comes in. These philosophers of ancient Rome believed that great transformations don't happen all at once, but in small, silent, almost imperceptible steps. You don't need to shout to the world that you're going to change or make a grand gesture. Just start observing. The key is in awareness. When you notice your hand is going to grab your phone for no reason, stop. You don't need to throw your phone out the window, although that might be cathartic. Just set it aside and do something else, something as simple as taking a deep breath and stretching. When you feel the urge to have that third cup of coffee, ask yourself, do I really need this, or is it just habit? If it's just inertia, leave the cup. Sometimes it's as simple as that, stopping at the right moment without drama, without needing monumental changes. Eliminating self-destructive habits doesn't mean you're going to become a perfect person overnight. We all have our small internal battles, and that's okay. The point is to approach them with a simple strategy: silence and consistency. Like a drop that instead of wearing away, slowly polishes. And if someday you feel you're not progressing, remember this. What today seems like a small effort, over time transforms into a great victory. You might not notice the results immediately, but it's like planting a seed. One day, without making a fuss, it grows and becomes a tree. The same happens with these small adjustments. So, the next time you identify a habit that hurts you more than it helps, eliminate it in silence. You don't need to announce it or make a big show. Just let it go, step by step, drop by drop. As Epictetus said, true change doesn't make noise, it simply happens. The desire to control everything. Have you ever felt that if you don't have absolute control over everything around you, the world will collapse? Don't worry, I understand. We like to believe that if we organize every detail to the millimeter and prevent all unforeseen events, life will be like a perfectly adjusted machine where nothing can go wrong. What an absurd idea, isn't it? But even so, we find ourselves trapped in this mental game, convinced that we can master everything that happens to us. It's a trap, a mirage, and the worst part is that the more we try to cling to control, the more we feel we're losing our balance. So I ask you, how about letting go of this obsessive need for control? You know, this mania of wanting everything to be exactly as we imagine. The desire to control everything is nothing more than a mental prison, one we build brick by brick each time we believe that with enough effort, things will turn out exactly as planned. But you know what happens? The universe doesn't work that way. Stoic philosophy, with its millennial wisdom that remains so current, teaches us that the key isn't in controlling what we cannot, but in releasing the unnecessary and focusing on what really depends on us. Think about it. We try to control the weather, others' opinions, people's reactions, the results of our efforts, everything that actually isn't in our hands. It's like trying to hold the tide with your hands, a complete waste of energy. Yet we do this constantly, and worse. Every time something doesn't go as we expected, we get frustrated, irritated, as if it were a cosmic injustice. What irony, isn't it? Imagine you're carrying a backpack. Every time you try to control something outside your reach, you put a stone inside it. At first, you might not even feel the weight, but over time, the backpack becomes unbearably heavy. In the end, that load crushes you. Wouldn't it be better to get rid of those stones? Open space for what really matters, for what you can actually control. Your emotions, your actions, your choices. Release the rest. For a long time, I myself worried obsessively about predicting everything that could go wrong in my life. If I had a meeting, I'd plan every possible uncomfortable question. If I scheduled an outing with friends, I'd worry about the place, the weather, anything that could deviate from the plan. It was exhausting. And you know what happened? Most of the things I worried about never happened. In the end, I realized this attempt to predict everything didn't give me more control. It just gave me more anxiety. So I started letting go, little by little. I learned to trust the process more. And what happened? Things continued to happen. Some good, others not so much. But I felt lighter because I had stopped carrying what wasn't my responsibility. Trusting life doesn't mean being passive or irresponsible. It's about accepting with maturity that there are things outside our hands, and that's okay. Silently eliminate this need to control everything. Make space for the unexpected, for surprises, for what's beyond your reach. This doesn't mean you should simply settle and watch life pass by. It's about releasing the weight and accepting that there's a part of the path that doesn't depend on you. And you know what else? That's liberating. Remember, sometimes letting go is the most powerful way to take control. As Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, true control lies in the ability to release the uncontrollable. Unrealistic expectations. I don't know about you, but I spent a good part of my life believing I needed to be perfect. Nobody told me this directly, but it was in the air, hovering between well-intentioned comments, approving looks, and that constant silent comparison with others. I grew up with the firm conviction that meeting others' expectations, and worse still my own, was synonymous with success. What a big lie! If you stop to think about it, trying to fulfill unrealistic expectations is like trying to fill a bottomless well with a leaky bucket. You never finish, you're always exhausted, and in the end, all that remains is a sad puddle of frustration at your feet. The most curious thing is that many of these expectations aren't even ours. They were built by others, family, friends, society, and we accepted them because in our quest to be better, we decided we needed to fulfill them. Do a quick exercise. How many times have you felt disappointed for not achieving something you didn't actually want? Exactly. We impose goals so high on ourselves that if we fail, we feel useless. If I'm not the best at my job, the perfect partner, the ideal friend, the exemplary child, what's left of me? In the end, these expectations end up weighing more than our own actions. It's like running a marathon with a backpack full of stones. You advance slower, get tired sooner, and even if you reach the end, you feel like you did it dragging your feet. What's the point? This is where Stoic philosophy comes in with a brilliant insight. According to the Stoics, you cannot control what others think of you or guarantee that the universe will act in your favor. What you can control is how you react to it. The key, then, is to reduce the load. Lower those expectations that suffocate you. If you expect less from yourself and others, it doesn't mean you're conforming. It means you're liberating yourself. You're no longer trapped by the constant pressure to correspond to the impossible. You're simply existing and moving forward. Of course, this magic doesn't happen overnight. I'm not saying to throw all your expectations out the window at once. Think of it like cleaning a closet full of old clothes. First, look at what no longer fits you, what you never really liked, and gradually get rid of one piece at a time. Sometimes you hesitate to let go of a t-shirt because you think you'll use it someday, but deep down you know you won't. With expectations, it's the same. Start by eliminating those that don't belong to you, then review your own and ask yourself, are they realistic? You don't need to keep all of them. Something that can help reduce expectations without creating drama is changing how you talk to yourself. For example, instead of saying, I need to do everything perfectly, try, I'll do the best I can with what I have now. It seems simple, but it's liberating. You open space for error, which is human, and for the possibility of improving without constant pressure. Another infallible trick: avoid telling everyone your plans. The less noise you make, the fewer expectations others create about what you should achieve. After all, external expectations are just that, noise. Silently eliminate what doesn't add to you. You'll notice things start to flow much more naturally. Releasing expectations isn't giving up, it's an act of wisdom. Instead of focusing on what you should do or be, concentrate on what you really want and what's under your control. Fewer expectations, more freedom. Engrave this in your mind, my friend. The less you expect, the lighter you become. The need to always be right. Have you noticed you have an almost obsessive need to always be correct, to be the person who knows everything? It's as if every conversation were a battlefield, and victory meant proving you're right, a silent but relentless struggle. The worst part is that this war isn't with others, but with yourself. Every time you insist on having the last word, it's as if you need to convince yourself that your worth depends on it. Isn't it exhausting? Because honestly, I'm already exhausted from this endless race. We were taught to believe we must always have the right answer, as if being wrong were synonymous with weakness. Society, social media, and even family gatherings reinforce the idea that failing is failure. But I'll tell you a secret. Sometimes being right is the least important thing in life. Stoic philosophy teaches us to accept what we cannot control, and you know what? You cannot control others' perception of you. This endless struggle to prove you know everything leads nowhere. It just makes you more anxious, more frustrated, and at the end of the day, lonelier. Ask yourself, what do I gain by always being right? An invisible medal? It doesn't seem worth the effort, does it? It's like carrying a suitcase full of unnecessary stones. With each discussion or imposed opinion, you put another stone in there until the weight becomes unbearable and you wonder why you're so exhausted. The answer is simple. You're wearing yourself out over something that has no real value. The next time you feel that urgency to demonstrate you're right, try staying silent, not out of resignation, but out of liberation. It's like releasing a pen you've been holding for hours without realizing it. When you let go, you feel a relief you didn't know you needed. The same thing happens with the need to always be right. When you release that load, you realize you were trapped in a war you didn't even want to fight. So how do you release this need? Accept that you don't need to know everything. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay not to have a formed opinion about everything. You're not competing in a wisdom contest. Learn to truly listen, not to refute, but to understand. There's a huge difference between hearing and listening. Hearing is a biological function. Listening is an art. When you listen attentively, The anxiety to correct or impose your point of view disappears. Appreciate silence. Sometimes the best argument is simply allowing others to have the last word. Not every conversation needs a winner, because in the end, winning a discussion isn't the same as having peace. Is it worth always being right at the cost of your tranquility? Not really. The next time you're in a conversation and feel that urgency to correct or impose your opinion, take a deep breath, release the pen, let it go. The peace you'll feel will be infinitely more valuable than any momentary victory. If it's any consolation, remember the Stoics. They knew that true wisdom isn't in being right, but in knowing when to let go. As Seneca said, true knowledge isn't in winning all battles, but in knowing when not to fight. Digital noise. Have you noticed how you're surrounded by digital noise? I'm not just talking about cars on the street or the neighbor drilling the wall, but that other noise, the one in your pocket, in your hands, in your eyes. Social media, endless notifications, messages that don't stop coming. It seems like everything is designed to distract you, to keep you in a constant state of alert. And there you are, thinking you have control, when in reality, it's the digital chaos that controls you. The reality is that we live in an era where silence is a luxury, but this luxury isn't as unattainable as it seems. The first step is understanding what's really stealing your attention, because in fact, there are things you should silently eliminate from your life. And yes, it's possible. It's just not so obvious. I'll be honest. Digital chaos doesn't disappear just because you close an app. That would be like trying to put out a fire with a glass of water. What you need is to be radical, like the Stoics who knew that inner peace was what really mattered, and they didn't achieve it by getting carried away by external distractions. So what should you silently eliminate from your life? Let's go. First, social media. Yes, I know it seems cliché, but believe me, the more accounts you follow, the more noise you create. I'm not saying to disconnect completely, but think, do you really need to know what your friend's cousin's friend's sister is doing? Eliminate mercilessly everything that doesn't add to you, and if you can, do a digital cleanup from time to time, like organizing a closet. Take out what no longer serves, what should never have been there in the first place. Second, notifications. Here's where it gets interesting. Why do you allow your phone to interrupt you every 2 minutes? Every time it vibrates or makes a sound, your brain jumps. This doesn't just steal your time, but also your mental energy. Deactivate all non-essential notifications. At first, you might feel some anxiety, as if you're missing something, but later, when you realize how good it is to have control over when and how you check your phone, you'll thank me. Third, the fear of missing out. Ah, the great modern villain. We live with the feeling that if we're not connected, we'll miss something important. But here's an uncomfortable truth. What really matters isn't on the screen. It's around you, in the people, in the moments that pass unnoticed while you're stuck on the latest viral meme. Eliminate this fear. Release the need to be in everything, because the more you try to embrace the digital world, the more you lose what's really worth it. Once you get rid of this unnecessary noise, something magical happens. You start to hear what really matters. Digital silence is the first step to reconnecting with yourself, with your ideas, with your true priorities. This is where Stoic philosophy comes into play. You cannot control what happens outside you, but you can decide how you react to it. When you eliminate digital noise, everything else becomes clearer. My advice is this: choose silence not as an absence of noise, but as a conscious presence of what you really want in your life. Because in the end, that's the true luxury of our era. As Gandhi said, Peace doesn't come when noise goes out, but when you decide to listen to yourself. Negative thoughts. Have you stopped to notice how negative thoughts enter your mind almost without making noise? Like someone who doesn't want anything. They appear, and suddenly they're in command of everything. They're like those neighbors who arrive without warning, and worse, don't leave. The most frustrating thing is that you often hand over the key to them, not because you want to, but because they've convinced you their presence is inevitable, a part of your daily life. But what if I told you that you can change the lock? Let's speak clearly. These thoughts are nothing more than destructive patterns that end up shaping your actions, and certainly not in the best way. You've surely caught yourself thinking things like, "Why does everything go wrong for me?" or "I'll never succeed." And of course, when these thoughts repeat themselves over and over, you end up believing them. And what you believe, you end up acting on. It's like planting a poisoned tree and then wondering why the fruits aren't edible. The curious thing is that these negative thoughts don't necessarily reflect reality, but they feel as real as the ground you walk on. This is where Stoic philosophy enters with its brutal simplicity. You cannot control what happens to you, but you can control how you respond. It seems so simple, but in practice, it's something that frequently escapes us. We allow these mental patterns to dictate our emotions and actions, when true freedom lies in taking the reins of our responses. And where do we start? The first key is silence. Yes, you read correctly. Silently eliminating these negative thoughts. You don't need to make a spectacle trying to push them away. Just start recognizing when they appear, identify them, and don't feed them. The more attention you give them, the more power they have. Think of it like a fly in the room. If you obsess over catching it, you'll only agitate it more. How about ignoring it until it gets tired of flying? Second, question your thoughts. When a destructive thought arises, ask yourself, is this true? Is everything really going wrong, or is it just an exaggerated perception? Often you'll realize they're inflated ideas with no real basis, and if there's some truth to them, you can start thinking about solutions instead of staying trapped in the problem. Third, detachment. I'm not saying you should become a monk on top of a mountain, but start taking emotional distance from your thoughts. They aren't you. Just because something passes through your head doesn't mean it needs to stay there. This requires practice, but little by little, you'll learn to see them for what they really are: clouds in a sky that remains firm. Negative thoughts are one of those small things you should silently eliminate from your life. They don't need fanfare, just careful focus, patience, and internal questioning. Because at the end of the day, what you think shapes what you do, and what you do defines who you are. As Brian Tracy said well, thoughts aren't facts, but if you believe in them, they become your reality. Physical and mental disorder. Sometimes it happens that we wake up and feel the world is a little heavier than normal. You look around and realize it's not just your feeling. Your space is loaded with things, objects, piles of papers, clothes thrown loses its grip. This practice must be done with the right intention. It is not about dramatizing suffering or performing virtue. It is about honesty with yourself. You do not pretend to be poor in order to gain admiration. You step into simplicity privately, with humility, to remind yourself that freedom lies not in excess, but in sufficiency. The reward is inner strength, not outer recognition. In modern consumerist culture, this discipline is revolutionary. Every message urges more possessions, more upgrades, more experiences. To deliberately choose less is to resist the tide. It is to declare that your worth does not depend on what you display. It is to reclaim autonomy from systems designed to keep you wanting. This is why rehearsed poverty remains as relevant now as it was in Rome. Practicing poverty also builds resilience in unexpected ways. It trains creativity, forcing you to adapt when resources are limited. It strengthens patience, teaching you to endure discomfort without panic. It deepens discipline, proving that you can restrain desire without breaking. These qualities extend beyond simplicity, strengthening every area of life. To rehearse poverty is also to honor nature. The Stoics believed in living in harmony with the natural order, and nature itself thrives on sufficiency. Trees take only the water they need. Animals live with what the season provides. It is humans who overreach, hoarding beyond necessity. Practicing poverty realigns you with the natural rhythm of sufficiency. It teaches that abundance is not the norm of the universe. Balance is. There is serenity in this practice. When you no longer fear losing abundance, you carry a lightness that wealth cannot provide. You move through life without constant anxiety about maintaining possessions. You stop clinging and begin living. Poverty rehearsed turns your attention inward, where freedom cannot be stolen. So let this lesson follow from death's reminder. Mortality teaches that life is short. Poverty rehearsed teaches that life is simple. Together they strip away illusion, leaving sufficiency, freedom, gratitude, and resilience. To live as if you had little is not to shrink life, but to expand it. It is to rediscover that freedom lies not in owning more, but in needing less. This is the Stoic gift in an age of abundance, a return to sufficiency, the soil in which true peace grows. When you strip life down to sufficiency, when you learn that freedom is not in abundance, but in needing less, another truth begins to rise with great clarity. The most precious resource is not gold, nor property, nor possessions. It is time. Every coin can be replaced. Every item can be bought again. But no moment once gone will ever return. The Stoics understood this with piercing clarity, and they warned that people guard their wealth with locks and alarms while carelessly giving away their hours to distraction, obligation, and waste. To them, the real measure of wealth was control over one's schedule, for only then can a life be truly one's own. Seneca wrote that life is long enough if you know how to use it, yet most live as if their days are endlessly renewable. They trade hours for status, for trivial entertainment, for the approval of others, only to wake and find that years have vanished. The discipline of choosing time over wealth is not a rejection of money, but a recognition of proportion. Money is useful only to the degree that it secures freedom for how you live. Beyond that, wealth is empty if it consumes the very hours it was meant to serve. This practice begins with awareness. Ask, how much of your time is truly yours? How much is borrowed by obligations you did not choose, by habits you do not value, by routines that do not enrich you? Wealth cannot buy back a wasted day. A schedule ruled by others, even if surrounded by riches, is poverty in disguise. The Stoic goal is not to fill life with more, but to clear it of the unnecessary, so that each hour becomes intentional. There is a subtle slavery in the chase for wealth. The more it dominates your choices, the more your hours bend toward it. People sacrifice mornings, evenings, health, and relationships for the promise of more, only to realize that the accumulation of things has stolen the very experiences that give life meaning. The Stoics countered this by teaching that the wise person values time above all, because time is the ground in which virtue, love, and joy grow. To waste it is to waste the soil of life itself. The discipline of choosing time over wealth also requires courage. Society praises the accumulation of possessions, not the protection of hours. To step away from this current is to risk misunderstanding, even criticism. Yet courage is the essence of wisdom. The one who chooses time over status learns to live according to reason rather than expectation. In this way, the practice is not only about efficiency, but about integrity, aligning life with what matters most rather than with what others admire. Practical application of this wisdom can begin with examining commitments. Many accept invitations, projects, and responsibilities out of habit or fear of disappointing others. The Stoic practice is to measure each choice against the value of time. Does this activity contribute to virtue, growth, or genuine connection? Or does it merely consume hours without purpose? By saying no more often, you say yes to the life that belongs to you. Another dimension is the balance between work and leisure. Work is necessary, but the Stoics warned against becoming its servant. If wealth is gained at the expense of time for reflection, relationships, and inner growth, it is a hollow trade. Leisure, when used wisely, is not idleness but nourishment. Time to study, to reflect, to cultivate the mind. Seneca emphasized that the greatest use of leisure is in philosophy, the cultivation of wisdom. Through it, hours become investments in freedom rather than drains of energy. This discipline also changes how you see urgency. Wealth tempts with constant acceleration, more tasks, more deals, more progress. But the Stoic approach slows the pace. It asks whether speed truly serves life or whether it only consumes it faster. To live deliberately is to resist false urgency and focus on depth. A day spent fully present is richer than a year spent in restless distraction. Another benefit of choosing time over wealth is clarity in relationships. Many measure friendships by utility. Who can provide opportunity? Who can open doors? The Stoics taught that true friendship is measured by presence, by the hours freely given, by the mutual growth it nurtures. To invest time in people you love, rather than in endless pursuit of advantage, is to live wealthily in the truest sense. The currency of life is not possessions shared, but hours exchanged with sincerity. This discipline also dismantles the illusion of busyness. Modern culture equates constant activity with importance, but the Stoics saw busyness as a trap, a way of losing life in the performance of productivity. What matters is not how much you do, but whether what you do aligns with reason and virtue. Choosing time over wealth requires rejecting the pride of busyness and replacing it with the quiet confidence of living deliberately. There is also an ethical layer to this practice. Excessive pursuit of wealth often leads to exploitation of others' time, workers, families, communities. By choosing sufficiency and valuing time, you respect not only your own life, but the lives of others. You contribute less to systems of greed and more to systems of balance. Justice begins with seeing that every person's hours are as finite as your own. The Stoic approach to time also includes reflection. Each evening, Marcus Aurelius reviewed his day, examining how his hours were spent. This practice prevents drift, for when you measure daily, you waste less tomorrow. Reflection reveals where time leaks through distraction or indulgence and guides you back to purpose. Over months and years, this small habit creates a life where fewer hours are squandered. Choosing time over wealth is not easy, but its rewards are immeasurable. It brings presence. For when you know hours are finite, you live them more fully. it brings freedom. For when you are not enslaved to possessions, you choose your path. It brings serenity. For when each day is used with care, regrets fade. And it brings meaning. For when life is measured by depth of living rather than by accumulation, its worth is clear. So let this lesson rise naturally from practicing sufficiency. To live well with little prepares the ground. To guard your time cultivates the harvest. Wealth is useful, but hours are irreplaceable. The Stoics remind us that the wisest investment is not in possessions stored, but in moments lived wisely. Time is the ultimate currency of a good life, and those who learn to spend it with care walk the path of true abundance. When the value of time becomes clear, the way you use words must also change. Hours are precious, and so too are the moments spent speaking. Much of life is drained by unnecessary talk, defending opinions that do not matter, filling silence with noise, explaining more than is needed. The Stoics saw that speech, like wealth and time, can either serve virtue or waste life. They treated silence not as emptiness, but as power, a discipline that brings clarity, authority, and freedom. Silence trains the mind before it trains the tongue. When you hold back words, you confront the urgency of impulse. The desire to interrupt, to correct, to prove yourself. It presses hard. To resist is to practice mastery over emotion and ego. Each time you remain silent in the face of provocation, you strengthen self-control. The untrained mind equates silence with weakness, but the wise know it is the mark of discipline. Clarity emerges in quiet. When you pause before speaking, you allow thought to settle. Words spoken in haste often betray truth, fueled by anger or pride. Words spoken after silence carry weight, sharpened by reflection. This is why those who speak less are often listened to more. Their restraint gives their voice gravity. People sense that when they finally choose to speak, it will be with care. Withholding speech also builds resilience against manipulation. Many are trapped by the need to reply instantly, by the discomfort of silence in conversation. Marketers, flatterers, and manipulators exploit this, filling gaps with persuasion while waiting for your quick answer. The Stoic, comfortable in silence, does not rush. They let words hang, they examine, they choose. This patience protects them from being carried along by others' momentum. Authority grows naturally from restraint. Leaders who speak constantly dilute their influence. Leaders who listen, who measure their words, command respect. The Stoics understood that true authority is not in volume, but in presence. Silence is presence. It signals confidence because it shows you do not fear being overlooked. It signals strength because you do not need to prove yourself with noise. There is also healing in silence. Words can wound easily and linger long. Silence avoids harm that cannot be undone. Many conflicts escalate not from action, but from speech unguarded. To remain silent when provoked is to extinguish sparks before they become flames. This does not mean silence in the face of injustice. Stoicism calls for courage in truth, but it does mean silence in the face of vanity, gossip, and pettiness. In such moments, silence preserves peace. The practice of silence also deepens listening. Most people hear only to prepare their own response. In silence, you hear fully. You catch nuance, tone, unspoken meaning. This understanding makes responses wiser, relationships stronger, and conflicts softer. Listening itself is an act of respect, and silence is the soil in which it grows. Silence also reveals the self. In constant speech and constant noise, the mind hides from its own currents. In chosen quiet, thoughts surface. You begin to notice patterns, desires, and fears that go unseen when drowned by words. This awareness is the foundation of wisdom. The Stoics saw philosophy as dialogue, yes, but also as meditation, and meditation requires silence. The discipline of withholding speech is not easy. The urge to defend pride, to prove intelligence, to fill voids is strong. But with practice, silence becomes strength. You discover that you lose nothing by speaking less. In fact, you gain. You gain freedom from regret over words spoken in anger. You gain respect from others who sense your composure. You gain insight into yourself and the world. Practical exercises are simple yet profound. Delay responses. When asked a question, pause before answering. Resist the urge to immediately reply to provocation. Spend time each day in absolute quiet, without conversation, media, or distraction. Reflect on your speech at day's end. Which words served and which wasted? Over time, the habit forms, and silence becomes natural, not forced. Silence also dismantles vanity. Much of speech is driven by the desire to be noticed. When you withhold words, you break this craving. You learn that your worth is not tied to how often you are heard. In this way, silence reinforces humility. You do not need to dominate every conversation nor share every thought. Contentment grows in knowing that truth does not depend on your voice to exist. This practice aligns with justice as well. Speaking less creates space for others to be heard, especially those often silenced. Silence becomes generosity. By not occupying every moment with your own voice, you allow others to contribute, to share, to feel valued. In this sense, silence is not absence, but inclusion. The Stoics also saw the link between silence and stillness. Just as retreat clears noise from the world, silence clears noise from within speech. Both cultivate calm. Both return you to balance. Silence is not isolation, but harmony, aligning your words with reason rather than impulse. So let this lesson follow naturally from the value of time. If hours are precious, then words must be chosen with equal care. Silence is not emptiness, but discipline, not weakness, but mastery. It builds clarity, protects from folly, strengthens authority, deepens listening, and cultivates humility. By practicing silence, you do not vanish. You become sharper, calmer, and more trusted. This is why the Stoics counted silence among the greatest powers, a superpower hidden in restraint. The discipline of silence builds composure, sharpening the ability to listen, to withhold, to master impulse. Yet silence alone is not enough, for the world does not remain quiet in return. It speaks back, sometimes harshly, sometimes cruelly. Words can be daggers, insults meant to pierce pride or provoke anger. Most people collapse under them or lash out in return, wasting energy and dignity alike. The Stoics saw these moments differently. They believed insults were not injuries, but opportunities, tests that reveal the strength of your self-mastery. What feels like an attack can, with the right frame, become a gift. An insult at its core is only sound, air formed into words. It carries no sting unless you grant it power. Epictetus reminded his students that people's judgments belong to them, not to you. If someone calls you foolish, does the word itself make it true? If it is false, it is harmless. If it is true, it is feedback for growth. Either way, anger is unnecessary. By reframing insults, you remove their poison. Instead of wounds, they become mirrors, sometimes distorted, sometimes accurate, but always useful for practice. This reframing requires inner steadiness. When insulted, the untrained mind leaps to defend pride. But pride is fragile because it depends on others' approval. The Stoic seeks something sturdier, character that is independent of praise or blame. When your sense of worth comes from virtue, not opinion, insults lose their grip. They become like pebbles thrown at stone, noise without harm. The first exercise is to slow the reaction. An insult feels urgent, demanding immediate response. But urgency is illusion. If you pause, if you let silence absorb the words, their heat fades. What remains is choice, the freedom to respond with calm or not at all. This pause is victory, for it proves mastery over impulse. Each insult becomes a chance to practice this pause, strengthening control. Another exercise is humor. To meet insult with laughter disarms it, not sarcasm or cruelty in return, but genuine lightness. Marcus Aurelius noted that the best revenge is not to become like your enemy. Humor shows you refuse to mirror pettiness. It shows you have risen above. This does not belittle the insulter. It elevates you beyond their reach. The Stoics also counseled examining the source. Often, insults reflect more about the speaker than the target. A bitter tongue reveals a troubled heart. A cruel remark reveals insecurity. By viewing insults as symptoms of the speaker's state, you replace anger with understanding. The insult ceases to be personal and becomes insight into human weakness. From this perspective, compassion may even arise. There is also value in taking insult as practice for humility. If you are called selfish, ask yourself honestly, is there truth here? If so, you have been offered a chance to grow. Even if delivered with malice, the message can refine you. The Stoics taught that wisdom accepts correction, even from enemies. In this way, insults become free lessons. This reframing does not mean passivity. The Stoics were not doormats. Injustice must still be opposed, and truth must still be spoken. But the difference lies in motive. You respond not from wounded pride, but from reason and justice. Anger clouds judgment, calm preserves it. By mastering your reaction, you preserve clarity even while standing firm. Practicing this discipline in daily life transforms relationships. Conflict loses much of its fire when insults no longer fuel it. Arguments dissolve more quickly when one side refuses to be provoked. You gain a reputation for steadiness, for being difficult to unsettle. This steadiness commands respect, even from those who once sought to offend. There is a deeper freedom here as well. To be unshaken by insult is to reclaim sovereignty over your inner life. You are no longer a puppet pulled by others' words. You choose your state, regardless of provocation. This is why the Stoics treated insults as gifts. Each one is a chance to strengthen this sovereignty. Each one proves that your peace depends only on you. The practice also dismantles vanity. If you no longer fear insult, you no longer chase praise. Both are chains from the same source. Dependence on opinion. Free from insult, free from praise, you live rooted in virtue alone. Your worth is no longer rented from others, but owned outright. Exercises for this practice include deliberate exposure to critique. Seek feedback from those who will be honest. Welcome correction, even when uncomfortable. Reflect on insults you have received. How many truly harmed you, and how many faded into nothing once your pride calmed? Revisit these moments to see clearly how little power they hold. Reframing insults also strengthens justice. It prevents retaliation, which multiplies harm. It fosters patience, which builds peace. It allows you to respond to others not as enemies, but as flawed humans, just as you are. This perspective cultivates compassion, not contempt. Ultimately, reframing insults is about using adversity as training. Just as the body grows stronger by lifting weights, the mind grows steadier by facing provocations. Each insult is a weight placed in your hands. Lift it with calm, and strength grows. Refuse it or collapse under it, and weakness remains. The Stoic embraces the training, grateful for the chance to grow. So, let this lesson rise naturally from silence. When words are withheld by choice, insults lose their fuel. When insults arrive, they become exercises in mastery rather than threats to pride. In this way, what others intend as harm becomes your advantage. Attacks turn into opportunities, scorn into lessons, hostility into strength. To reframe insults as gifts is to step beyond the reach of malice, to stand in a peace no one can steal. When insults are turned into training, when the sting of words no longer rules you, a new challenge presents itself, your own judgments. Often, the pain you feel does not come from what was said or done, but from the meaning you attach to it. The Stoics saw that people suffer more from their opinions than from reality itself. They taught the rare art of holding opinions lightly, of suspending judgment until clarity comes, of refusing to be enslaved by first impressions. This discipline is subtle, but it holds immense power, for much of life's turmoil is born not from events, but from the stories we tell about them. The mind is quick to decide. A friend arrives late, and you decide they do not respect you. A stranger looks away, and you decide they dislike you. A change at work happens, and you decide it is a disaster. These judgments feel certain in the moment, but how often are they proven false? The Stoics urged caution, teaching that impressions are not facts. By suspending judgment, you protect yourself from needless suffering. Marcus Aurelius wrote that if something outside your control causes distress, it is not the thing itself, but your opinion of it. Change your opinion, and the distress fades. This was not a call to denial, but to careful discernment. To hold opinions lightly is to create space between stimulus and response. It is to admit that reality is often more complex than your first thought allows. This practice begins with awareness. When a thought rises, "This is terrible, they insulted me, everything is ruined," pause. Ask, is this fact or interpretation? Is it certain or only assumed? By questioning, you loosen the grip of judgment. Even a small delay can dissolve anger, soften fear, and open new perspectives. Another layer of the practice is humility. To hold opinions lightly is to accept that your view may be limited. You see through your own history, emotions, and biases. What appears certain may not be so. The Stoics valued reason, but reason itself requires openness. Certainty, too, quickly embraced, blinds the mind. By holding lightly, you remain teachable, adaptable, and closer to truth. This discipline also guards against division. Much conflict arises not from reality, but from rigid opinions about it. Families fracture, friendships break, communities splinter, all because each side clings to its view as absolute. To suspend judgment is not to abandon conviction, but to approach with patience. It allows dialogue rather than hostility, curiosity rather than condemnation. The wise do not rush to declare enemies, they first seek to understand. Holding opinions lightly also nurtures serenity in uncertainty. Life rarely offers full clarity. Events unfold with complexity, and outcomes remain unknown. Those who demand certainty suffer constant anxiety. The Stoic learns to rest in the space between knowing and not knowing. By withholding judgment until facts appear, peace remains intact. This patience is strength, not weakness. The practice can be developed through deliberate exercises. When you catch yourself labeling a situation as good or bad, stop and reframe. It simply is. The judgment can wait. When someone disagrees with you, resist the urge to defend instantly. Instead, listen fully, even if you still disagree at the end. Each act of restraint builds capacity to suspend judgment. Over time, this becomes natural, and opinions lose their power to control you. Another benefit of this discipline is liberation from pride. Strong opinions often tie to identity. Being right feels like being valued. But this attachment enslaves you, forcing constant defense and fueling hostility. To hold lightly is to remember that being wrong does not diminish worth, and being right does not guarantee peace. Humility loosens the chains of ego, making life gentler. This practice also enhances clarity of thought. By not rushing to label, you give the mind time to observe fully. Patterns emerge, hidden truths reveal themselves, and solutions that rash judgment would obscure become visible. Clear decisions come not from speed but from steadiness. There is also freedom from manipulation. When you do not rush to form opinions, you are harder to sway with rhetoric or fear. Propaganda thrives on haste, on stirring instant judgment. Suspended judgment disarms it. You consider, you weigh, you decide in your own time. This independence is rare, and it is power. The Stoics did not reject all opinions. They embraced reasoned judgments grounded in evidence and virtue, but they distinguished between what is known and what is assumed. The art lies in refusing to mistake assumption for fact. This precision prevents much of the turmoil that plagues ordinary thought. Relationships transform under this practice. Instead of assuming malice, you allow for misunderstanding. Instead of condemning instantly, you extend patience. Trust deepens when judgments are not sharp and hurried. Compassion grows when you remember that your perspective is only one of many. Holding opinions lightly turns conflict into opportunity for connection. This discipline also aligns with justice. Prejudice, cruelty, and unfairness thrive on rigid opinions accepted without examination. To suspend judgment is to resist injustice at its root. It is to remain open to evidence, to question appearances, to treat others with fairness. Justice begins not in courts, but in the daily restraint of the mind. Holding opinions lightly even reshapes how you meet adversity. When hardship arrives, the instinct is to label it tragedy. But the Stoics trained themselves to wait, to consider whether even misfortune might carry hidden good. Many difficulties prove to be teachers, though only visible in hindsight. By withholding quick judgment, you remain open to growth. The practice brings humility before nature itself. The universe unfolds according to patterns larger than human understanding. To claim certainty about every event is arrogance. To admit limits, to wait before declaring, is wisdom. This humility does not paralyze action, it grounds it in realism. So let this lesson grow naturally from the mastery of insults. Just as hurtful words need not wound, so too judgments need not imprison. By learning to suspend judgment, by holding opinions with lightness, you protect peace, nurture clarity, preserve justice, and deepen connection. You stop mistaking impressions for truth, and in that space, freedom arises. The art of holding opinions lightly is the art of living without unnecessary suffering, the art of letting the mind breathe before it binds itself. When you train yourself to hold opinions lightly, life stops being dominated by rigid certainties. The mind loosens, serenity takes root, and unnecessary suffering begins to fade. Yet there remains a constant flood pressing against this discipline, an unending stream of information, updates, and voices delivered by the digital world. Never before has the human mind been asked to process so much, so quickly, with so little rest. The Stoic call to focus only on what lies within your control becomes not just a guiding principle, but a survival tool. To meet digital overload with indifference is to protect clarity in an age of distraction. The human nervous system did not evolve for constant interruption. Every notification triggers alertness, pulling attention from the present into something external. Over time, this fragments awareness, weakens focus, and breeds restlessness. The Stoics understood distraction even in their own age. Seneca complained of noisy streets and endless chatter, but the scale today is unprecedented. The principle, however, remains the same. What is outside your control should not disturb your inner state. The digital storm cannot be stopped, but how you relate to it can be mastered. Indifference here does not mean withdrawal from technology entirely. Tools have value. What the Stoics taught was a disciplined stance. Use what serves virtue, ignore what does not. A sword in the hand of a soldier can defend or destroy. So too with a smartphone, a laptop, a network. They are indifferent in themselves. Their value depends on how you wield them. To apply Stoic indifference is to strip away emotional dependence, to treat digital tools as means, not masters. The first step is control of attention. Much of digital overwhelm comes from being pulled into streams you did not choose. To reclaim control, you must decide what deserves entry into your mind. Marcus Aurelius wrote that the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. If your thoughts are painted daily by gossip, outrage, and trivialities, your spirit reflects them. To apply indifference is to pause before entering, to ask whether this input aligns with your purpose. If not, you let it pass, untouched. Another layer is discipline of response. The digital world provokes reactions: anger at a comment, envy at a post, fear at a headline. These emotions rise quickly, but they are within your power to manage. Epictetus taught that it is not events that disturb us, but our judgments of them. A tweet cannot injure you. Your interpretation of it can. By practicing this reframing, you turn provocation into exercise. Each digital sting becomes a chance to test equanimity. Limiting exposure is also essential. The Stoics counseled moderation in pleasures. The same applies here. Hours lost to scrolling are hours surrendered to emptiness. To withdraw for periods of time is not weakness, but wisdom. Just as you rest the body, you must rest the mind. Digital fasting, deliberate breaks from screens, mirrors the Stoic practice of voluntary discomfort. It reminds you that you can live without constant input, and in doing so, it breaks dependence. Another dimension is the discipline of priorities. The digital world thrives on urgency, convincing you that every update is critical. But most of what flashes before you is irrelevant to your life. By applying Stoic indifference, you separate signal from noise. You ask, does this matter to my character, to my duties, to my immediate responsibilities? If not, you let it go. In this letting go, clarity returns. Stoic indifference also protects against comparison. Social media magnifies envy, presenting curated lives designed to provoke longing. But the Stoics warned against measuring yourself against externals. Wealth, beauty, popularity, these are not under your control. Virtue is. By holding to this, you free yourself from jealousy stirred by digital illusions. The lives displayed on screens lose their power to disturb you, for you no longer value what they flaunt. Another benefit of this practice is preservation of presence. Constant connection steals attention from the moment before you. Meals pass unnoticed, conversations thin, even silence becomes restless. To meet this with indifference is to choose presence deliberately. When you walk, you walk. When you eat, you taste. When you speak, you listen. The device may buzz, but your will chooses whether to respond. This choice is freedom. There is also courage in practicing indifference to the digital tide. Society rewards quick reaction, constant visibility, endless updates. To step back, to not respond instantly, to not consume endlessly, this risks appearing out of step. But courage in Stoicism means aligning with reason rather than conformity. The one who chooses indifference to noise chooses sanity over approval. Practical exercises strengthen this discipline. Set boundaries for when and how you use digital tools. Begin the day without screens to anchor the mind before exposure. End the day in quiet reflection rather than digital distraction. Pause before responding to messages or news to test whether reply is necessary. Reflect each evening. Did my use of technology today serve virtue, or did it steal my peace? These habits transform digital life from master into servant. This stance also deepens justice. Much harm in the digital sphere arises from rash words, misinformation, and cruelty amplified by speed. By practicing indifference, you do not contribute to this harm. You refuse to spread anger without reflection. You choose truth over reaction, restraint over impulse. In this way, indifference becomes not apathy, but responsibility. Another layer is awareness of mortality. Life is finite, hours are limited, yet the digital world consumes them without mercy. To apply Stoic reflection here is to ask, is this use of time worthy of a life that could end tomorrow? The answer often quiets the urge to scroll. Mortality sharpens priorities, reminding you that every moment surrendered to distraction is a moment never returned. The deepest gift of Stoic indifference in the digital age is serenity. You no longer feel pulled in every direction, enslaved to information you cannot control. You use tools when they serve you, you release them when they do not. You stop mistaking noise for importance, speed for meaning, attention for love. Life regains its shape, not in endless updates, but in deliberate choices. So let this lesson grow naturally from holding opinions lightly. Just as the mind need not be imprisoned by rigid judgments, it need not be enslaved by the digital tide. To practice indifference is to reclaim control, to live with intention, to protect peace in a world designed to fracture it. This is the Stoic answer to overload, not escape from technology, but mastery over how it enters your life. And in this mastery, freedom returns. When indifference to digital noise becomes a habit, the mind finds a new kind of stillness, a freedom from being constantly pulled by forces outside your control. Yet the Stoics also knew that philosophy is not lived in isolation. Strength of character matters, but so does the strength of the bonds that hold people together. Adversity comes not only to individuals, but to entire families, cities, and nations. And when misfortune strikes, those who have rehearsed it alone are strong, but those who have rehearsed it together are unbreakable. The Stoics called this collective preparation not an act of fear, but of wisdom, an acknowledgement that foreseen hardship shared in advance can weave resilience into the very fabric of community. To rehearse misfortune together means to bring into the open the realities most would rather avoid. Illness, loss, disaster, scarcity. These are not secrets, but certainties. By facing them as a group, you remove their sting before they arrive. A community that can say aloud, "This may come and we will endure it," builds trust that no crisis can easily shake. Fear thrives in isolation, but when spoken in company, it loses its teeth. The Stoics understood this not as pessimism, but as preparation, the same way a sailor trains for storms, even while the sea is calm. When people rehearse adversity together, gratitude deepens. Every shared reflection on possible loss heightens appreciation for what exists now. Families who talk openly about the fragility of life cherish meals more fully, conversations more deeply, bonds more strongly. Friends who acknowledge that time together is not endless find joy in the present rather than postponing it. Collective awareness magnifies presence. This practice also strengthens courage. Alone, fear feels overwhelming. But when a group rehearses the same possibility, economic hardship, social unrest, natural disaster, each person feels less exposed. Shared reflection spreads the weight. One voice may tremble, but many voices steady one another. In this way, fear is transformed into solidarity, and solidarity becomes strength. Communities that practice premeditation of misfortune are also better prepared practically. The Stoics valued preparation not only in thought, but in action. To speak together of what may go wrong leads naturally to planning, storing resources, building support networks, agreeing on duties. A household that discusses how it would handle loss is less likely to be torn apart when it arrives. A city that rehearses disaster is more resilient in its response. Philosophy becomes not abstract, but lived. This discipline also fosters empathy. When misfortune is rehearsed together, people recognize not only their own vulnerabilities, but those of others. The wealthy see how quickly fortune could change. The healthy see how fragile health truly is. By facing these truths collectively, compassion deepens and communities grow kinder. Harsh judgment weakens because everyone has acknowledged their own possible fall. Rehearsing adversity together also dismantles illusion. Society often avoids discussion of hardship, covering it with distractions and comforts. This avoidance creates shock when reality intrudes. The Stoics believed that by looking directly at misfortune, the blow is softened. When rehearsed with others, the illusion of immunity dissolves for everyone. What remains is sober clarity, a shared understanding that life includes suffering and that it can be faced with dignity. The practice can take many forms. Families may discuss what would happen if income were lost, creating plans not out of fear, but confidence. Communities may run drills for natural disasters, combining practical readiness with emotional calm. Friends may share openly about mortality, strengthening bonds by refusing to pretend life is endless. Even teams in workplaces can practice this by considering worst-case scenarios, not to dwell in negativity, but to strengthen adaptability. There is also a moral strength in collective rehearsal. It teaches that suffering is not shameful, By speaking openly, you break the silence that isolates pain. People realize they are not alone in their fears, and shared vulnerability builds trust. This openness makes communities more compassionate, less judgmental, more willing to help when real hardship comes. The Stoics would remind us that fortune is unpredictable, but character can be trained. A community that practices rehearsing misfortune trains its collective character. It becomes patient, adaptable, less shaken by change. It learns to see adversity not only as threat, but as an arena for courage and cooperation. This transformation is not theoretical. It has been seen throughout history. Communities that acknowledge hardship together recover faster, rebuild stronger, and preserve dignity even in loss. Practicing this discipline also prevents complacency. Prosperity often dulls vigilance, convincing people that hardship will never return. But rehearsed misfortune keeps awareness sharp. It teaches that abundance is temporary, that peace is fragile, and that both are more deeply valued when their impermanence is remembered. This vigilance is not anxious, it is steady, a calm readiness rooted in truth. Another gift of this practice is gratitude for interdependence. When people rehearse adversity together, they realize how much they rely on one another. The illusion of total independence fades. A household needs cooperation, a community needs trust, a society needs shared responsibility. By acknowledging this, bonds strengthen and pride softens. Collective rehearsal of misfortune also cultivates justice. It highlights vulnerabilities and inequities, prompting fairer preparation. If one group is more exposed to risk, the community sees it and can act with fairness. Philosophy here becomes practical compassion, ensuring that preparation is not only for the strong, but for all. The practice nurtures resilience across generations. When elders speak openly of hardship endured and possible hardship to come, younger members learn that suffering is part of life, not an exception. They inherit not fear, but strength, the knowledge that adversity has been faced before and can be faced again. This continuity builds cultures of endurance, where hardship does not shatter identity, but confirms it. So let this lesson continue naturally from the mastery of digital noise. Just as you must learn to let go of distractions that do not matter, so too must communities learn to look at the trials that do matter. By rehearsing misfortune together, people become not brittle individuals, but strong collectives. Fear dissolves into solidarity, illusion dissolves into clarity, and comfort transforms into gratitude. This is the hidden power of collective premeditation, the forging of communities that are not merely bound by convenience, but welded together by resilience. When misfortune is rehearsed together, bonds between people grow stronger. Shared awareness of fragility transforms groups into resilient communities, able to endure storms with steadiness rather than panic. Yet the Stoics knew that such unity is not sustained only by preparation. It is nourished daily by the quality of our relationships. Adversity reveals the importance of connection, but friendship, in their eyes, was more than comfort. It was medicine for the soul, a force that lifts character, sharpens virtue, and brings life into harmony with wisdom. For the Stoics, friendship was never reduced to convenience or advantage. Many relationships form from utility, shared business, common interests, mutual benefit. These ties dissolve as circumstances change, leaving little behind. The Stoics sought something higher, a friendship chosen not for gain, but for moral elevation. A true companion is one who makes you better simply by being near, whose presence calls forth your virtue, whose words sharpen your reason, whose conduct reminds you of the person you aspire to become. This view transforms how companionship is approached. Instead of asking, "What can I gain from this person?" the Stoic asks, "What kind of person do I become in their company?" If the answer reveals growth in patience, justice, courage, and moderation, the friendship is medicine. If it reveals indulgence in vice, vanity, or pettiness, the friendship is poison. The choice of companions is therefore a choice about one's own soul. The Stoics believed that no one achieves wisdom alone. Even the strongest minds need mirrors, reflections that reveal blind spots and weaknesses. Friends serve as these mirrors. They point out where pride disguises itself, where anger clouds judgment, where excuses hide fear. Unlike critics, true friends do this not to wound, but to heal. Their honesty is a gift because it aims at your improvement, not your humiliation. Equally, a Stoic friend offers encouragement. Life's burdens weigh heavily, and philosophy is not an escape from pain, but a way of walking through it. Companions who share the same commitment to virtue lift one another when spirits falter. Their presence itself steadies the heart, reminding you that courage is not yours to summon alone. This mutual strengthening is why Seneca wrote that friendship creates a community of virtue, where the good of one becomes the good of all. Another dimension of Stoic friendship is constancy. Utility-based ties collapse when benefits vanish, but virtue-based friendships endure through change. Whether fortune rises or falls, the bond holds because it is rooted not in circumstances, but in character. Poverty does not dissolve it, nor does wealth distort it. This constancy is rare, but it is the very quality that makes friendship medicine. In an unstable world, such loyalty provides stability for the soul. Choosing companions carefully also protects against corruption. People absorb habits from those around them. If you walk among the greedy, greed feels normal. If you walk among the frivolous, seriousness fades. The Stoics urged vigilance here, for character is shaped as much by environment as by intention. Friends should therefore be selected as carefully as mentors, for they either strengthen or weaken your pursuit of wisdom. The value of friendship lies not only in correction and support, but in the joy of shared growth. To study philosophy together, to reflect on daily actions, to practice restraint, courage, and justice side by side. These activities transform virtue from solitary discipline into shared journey. Growth becomes lighter when traveled with companions who strive for the same summit. Friendship also strengthens resilience against solitude. The Stoic is self-sufficient in principle, not dependent on others for happiness. But this does not mean isolation. Friendship enriches life by adding depth and warmth. The self remains whole alone, but it flourishes in company. A wise friend is not a crutch, but a companion in freedom, walking alongside without enslaving or being enslaved. In modern life, where relationships are often shallow and transactional, the Stoic view provides a corrective. To choose friends for virtue means rejecting the culture of networking and utility. It means valuing quality over quantity, depth over surface, sincerity over advantage. One true friend who lifts the soul is worth more than 1,000 acquaintances who flatter. This discipline also teaches generosity. A true friend is not measured by what they give materially, but by how they give themselves, their time, attention, honesty, and care. The Stoic, therefore, strives to be as good a friend as they seek, offering the same moral elevation they hope to receive. Friendship is reciprocal medicine, healing both by the act of giving and receiving. Such bonds also strengthen justice in society. Communities of friendship rooted in virtue become communities of fairness, for those who love one another for character cannot easily betray or exploit. Friendship becomes the seed of broader harmony, teaching people to value others not for gain, but for their inherent dignity. There is humility in this view as well. To admit the need for friendship is to admit that you are incomplete alone. The Stoics acknowledged this openly. While philosophy trains self-sufficiency, it also teaches that mutual support enriches life. Friends do not negate strength, they multiply it. To seek them is not weakness, but wisdom. Practical exercises in this discipline include reflecting on the character of those you spend time with, asking whether their presence elevates or diminishes you. Another is to practice deliberate honesty with your closest companions, offering feedback with kindness and receiving it without defensiveness. Over time, these habits transform ordinary relationships into soul medicine. So let this lesson grow naturally from rehearsing misfortune together. Shared adversity forges unity, but true friendship sustains it. Companions chosen for virtue become more than comfort in hardship. They become healers of the soul, guardians of character, and partners in the pursuit of wisdom. To live with such friends is to live with daily medicine, and to be such a friend is to give the greatest gift philosophy can offer. When friendship is understood as medicine for the soul, when companions are chosen not for gain but for growth, the heart is steadied in ways solitude alone cannot provide. Yet, even among the best of friends, even in families bound by love, one force still threatens harmony more than any other: anger. It rises suddenly, it blinds reason, it turns words into weapons and relationships into battlefields. The Stoics did not deny its power, but they refused to surrender to it. They taught that anger can be disarmed, that its fire can be cooled and transformed into something higher, rational compassion. Anger begins in perception. Someone offends, disrespects, or obstructs, and the mind instantly labels it as injustice. This judgment fuels the flame. The Stoics urged their students to slow this process, to remember that events themselves are neutral. It is your interpretation that decides whether offense exists. By questioning the first impression, was this truly meant to harm? Could it be ignorance rather than malice? You create space where anger loses its urgency. Seneca devoted entire writings to the subject, calling anger a form of temporary madness. He observed that it harms the one who carries it more than the one it targets. Rage unsettles the mind, poisons the body, and damages judgment. To allow it free rein is to hand over control. The Stoic approach was not suppression, which leaves anger festering, but transformation, redirecting its energy toward reasoned response. One technique is to practice delay. Anger thrives on immediacy. The urge to lash out feels irresistible in the moment, but time cools the fire. By stepping away, by breathing deeply, by counting the pulse before acting, you prove to yourself that action need not be dictated by emotion. What felt unbearable a moment ago often fades into perspective. This delay is not weakness, but mastery. Another technique is perspective through universality. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that those who provoke anger act as they do because of ignorance, upbringing, or circumstance. He asked, Would I condemn a child for not knowing? Would I rage at the sick for showing symptoms? By framing others' actions as products of human weakness rather than personal attacks, compassion rises where fury once stood. This shift does not excuse wrongdoing but reframes it as error to be corrected rather than evil to be hated. The Stoics also advised examining your own faults. Before condemning others in anger, reflect on how often you have erred, spoken carelessly, acted unjustly. This humility cools the fire of indignation. It reminds you that you share the same human fragility and that compassion, not condemnation, is the path of wisdom. Transforming anger into rational compassion also strengthens justice. Anger seeks punishment. Reason seeks correction. When you respond with compassion, you aim not to destroy, but to guide. A leader who lashes out loses trust, but a leader who responds with calm fairness builds loyalty. A parent who erupts instills fear, but one who disciplines with patience teaches lasting lessons. Compassion aligns with justice because it seeks improvement, not revenge. There is also health in this transformation. Anger consumes energy, raising the heart, clouding the mind, tightening the body. Compassion, by contrast, relaxes and restores. The Stoics saw philosophy as medicine for the soul, and compassion as one of its most healing remedies. It purifies relationships and lightens the burden of daily life. This practice can be strengthened with daily reflection. At night, review moments of anger. Ask what triggered it, whether it was justified, and how a wiser response could have looked. Over time, this habit sharpens awareness. Anger still rises, it is part of being human, but its duration shortens, its intensity lessens, and its grip weakens. Practical exercises also include rehearsing provocations. Picture being insulted, delayed, misunderstood, and prepare your calm response in advance. When such moments arrive in reality, you will already have practiced equanimity. This mental rehearsal mirrors the Stoic technique of premeditatio malorum, foreseeing adversity to lessen its sting. Transforming anger does not mean becoming passive. Injustice must still be opposed, wrongs must still be addressed. The difference lies in how. Action rooted in rage is clumsy and destructive. Action rooted in reason is steady and effective. Compassion does not mean acceptance of harm. It means facing harm without poisoning yourself in return. The fruits of this practice are immense. Relationships grow steadier when anger no longer dictates reactions. Communities grow stronger when disputes are met with reasoned compassion rather than escalating rage. Inner peace deepens when you are no longer a prisoner to every slight or provocation, and the soul itself grows closer to wisdom, for compassion aligns with the natural order more than fury ever could. So let this lesson continue from the medicine of friendship. Companions test patience, life tests temper, but philosophy offers the cure. Anger need not rule you. Each outburst resisted, each insult reframed, each delay practiced is a step toward mastery. In time, what once burned uncontrollably becomes fuel for clarity, for justice, and for compassion that sees weakness not as an enemy, but as a call for understanding. This is the Stoic path, to turn fire into light, rage into reason, and anger into the strength of a calm and generous heart. When anger is transformed into compassion, when heat is turned into clarity, the heart discovers a new strength, the ability to act without being rushed by rage. Yet beyond anger lies another trial, one that often feels even harder to endure: the long stretches of waiting. Life places people in in-between spaces where outcomes are uncertain, where progress is slow, where answers do not arrive. Many crumble in these spaces, consumed by restlessness, fear, or despair. The Stoics, however, treated waiting not as wasted time, but as a stage for growth. To live well while waiting is to practice patience as an act of courage, a way of showing the universe that uncertainty will not break you. Patience is not passive. It is not idle resignation. For the Stoics, it was active endurance, a form of strength that holds steady under delay without bitterness. To wait well is to resist the temptation of despair and to fill the empty space with dignity. This requires discipline because the mind naturally races toward what it cannot control. Waiting for results, for healing, for justice, for change, all of these test the soul's ability to remain grounded. The first step in this discipline is recognizing that waiting is unavoidable. Life itself is a series of intervals between events. You wait for seasons to change, for children to grow, for projects to mature. To resist waiting is to resist the structure of existence. The Stoics reframed it as an opportunity. If you cannot shorten the delay, you can decide how to live within it. In this way, waiting becomes not empty time, but chosen time. Patience is rooted in reason. The mind asks, does my anxiety change the outcome? Does my restlessness bring the future faster? If the answer is no, then agitation is waste. The Stoic does not forbid desire for change, but refuses to poison the present with impatience. Instead, attention shifts to what can be shaped now: attitude, action, inner state. This shift transforms waiting from torment into training. One exercise is to treat waiting as practice in stillness. When delayed in a line, when plans stall, when responses do not come, the ordinary person stews in frustration. The Stoic sees training ground. These moments expose how dependent peace has become on speed and control. By welcoming small delays as practice, you prepare for larger trials. Each pause becomes an arena where endurance is tested and strengthened. Another exercise is to invest the waiting. Do not allow empty hours to drain life. Fill them with growth. Seneca wrote that while others complain of wasted time, the philosopher always finds use for it. Study, reflection, service, even rest become ways to transform delay into value. In this way, waiting is no longer wasted, it is lived. Patience also requires trust in nature's order. The Stoics believed the universe unfolds according to reason larger than human sight. To demand outcomes arrive on your schedule is arrogance. To accept timing you do not control is humility. This trust does not mean fatalism, it means aligning with reality. Crops take seasons, healing takes time, wisdom takes years. To wait well is to live in harmony with these rhythms rather than warring against them. There is also courage in patience. In uncertain times, fear urges haste, rash decisions, reckless choices, desperate actions. Patience resists this urge, holding steady until clarity emerges. It is courage because it refuses to be broken by uncertainty. It declares, I will not sacrifice reason to restlessness. I will not abandon principle to fear. I will endure with dignity until the path is clear. Patience in waiting also cultivates compassion. When you endure delay, you recognize the same struggle in others. You become gentler with their imperfections, less harsh with their failures. Everyone waits, for healing, for justice, for peace. Shared waiting fosters solidarity. By practicing patience, you contribute calm rather than adding to the storm of frustration. The Stoics also warned against the illusion of postponement. Many live poorly while waiting to live well. They defer joy until the outcome arrives, telling themselves, "I will be content when this happens." But waiting does not end. There will always be another outcome. The Stoic chooses to live now, even in uncertainty, to eat with gratitude while waiting, to love while waiting, to learn while waiting. This is living well. If you cannot live in the in-between, you cannot live at all. Daily reflection strengthens this discipline. At the end of each day, ask, did I endure waiting with calm, or did I surrender to restlessness? Did I fill delay with growth, or did I waste it in complaint? Each review builds awareness. Each effort strengthens patience. Over time, waiting loses its sting and becomes familiar terrain. There is also justice in patience. Many conflicts erupt from the inability to wait, impatience with others, with negotiations, with processes. By practicing patience, you prevent harm that rashness would cause. Justice often requires slow steps, and patience makes them possible. The fruits of patience extend beyond endurance. It brings serenity, for when you no longer resist waiting, peace remains. It brings wisdom, for waiting allows reflection before action. It brings freedom, for impatience enslaves you to what you cannot control, while patience frees you to focus on what you can. And it brings meaning, for living well in uncertainty proves that life is not diminished by delay. It is defined by how you inhabit it. So let this lesson rise from the mastery of anger. When rage is cooled into compassion, patience becomes its companion. Together, they form resilience. Compassion softens the heart. Patience steadies the mind. Waiting then ceases to be torment and becomes training, not punishment, but opportunity. To live well while waiting is to show courage in uncertainty, to claim peace in delay, and to prove that even in the pauses of life, wisdom can thrive. Patience in waiting teaches that even the uncertain stretches of life can be lived with dignity, that meaning is not postponed until outcomes arrive, but discovered in how you inhabit each moment. Yet for the Stoics, patience was not left to chance. They cultivated habits that shaped each day deliberately, so that even in the face of delay or adversity, the mind remained anchored. This is where ritual enters, not ritual as empty routine, but as intentional practice to frame life with purpose. The Stoics placed great importance on how the day begins and how it ends, for these two thresholds set the tone of existence. Morning preparation and evening review were their chosen anchors, ensuring that every day, however ordinary, was lived with clarity and meaning. The morning was not to be stumbled into, but entered with awareness. Marcus Aurelius wrote of reminding himself upon waking that he would meet selfish, ungrateful, arrogant, and deceitful people. This was not pessimism, but preparation. By expecting difficulty, he stripped it of surprise. When insults came, they felt less like shocks and more like rehearsed lines in a familiar play. Morning ritual was about arming the mind before battle, setting intentions that would hold against the day's storms. Preparation at dawn also included recalling the principles of Stoicism, that what lies outside your control should not disturb you, that virtue is the only true good, that every action can be aligned with justice, wisdom, courage, and moderation. These reminders acted as shields, shaping choices before temptation or anger could seize the mind. A day begun with these reflections was less likely to unravel in chaos. Equally important was gratitude upon waking. Seneca advised acknowledging the sheer gift of being alive each morning, knowing it could have been otherwise. Gratitude turns the ordinary into treasure, the breath in your lungs, the light breaking the horizon, the chance to act with integrity again. Beginning the day in gratitude guards against entitlement, softening the ego and sharpening presence. The Stoics also embraced simplicity in morning routine. Rising early, they avoided indulgence in comfort or delay. To linger excessively in bed was, to Marcus, a betrayal of purpose, as if one had been born only to stay warm under blankets. Morning was the time to act, to enter the work of living rationally. This discipline reminded them that time is limited, and each hour wasted is irretrievable. Evening was no less important. Where morning prepared, evening reviewed. The day, once lived, became material for examination. Seneca described questioning himself each night. What did I do well? What did I fail to do? Where did I act against reason? This was not self-condemnation, but self-correction. Just as an athlete studies performance to improve, the Stoics studied conduct to align closer with virtue. The review at night transformed errors into teachers. Anger that slipped through, impatience that flared, vanity that crept in, these became lessons for tomorrow. By recording them honestly, the Stoic prevented mistakes from repeating endlessly. The day was never wasted if its failures became seeds for growth. This ritual also reinforced humility. To examine oneself honestly requires admitting imperfection. The Stoics were not saints immune to error, but humans striving for mastery. Evening review reminded them that progress is gradual, that wisdom is a path walked daily, not a state achieved once and for all. This humility protected against pride, ensuring that philosophy remained practice, not performance. Evening reflection also offered peace. By reviewing the day and accepting what was done, the Stoic laid burdens down. Regrets were noted but not clung to. Tomorrow offered another chance, and sleep became rest rather than torment. This release of unfinished business is one of the most practical gifts of Stoic ritual, the ability to rest with a clear mind, knowing you have done your part. Together, these rituals created rhythm. The morning framed the day with intention, the evening closed it with reflection. This rhythm protected against drift, against the slow erosion of purpose by distraction. It anchored life in deliberate practice, ensuring that philosophy was not abstract but lived in daily cycles. In our time, these rituals are more relevant than ever. With distractions flooding mornings and nights, phones by the bed, news before sleep, the mind is often invaded at its most vulnerable moments. To reclaim these thresholds with Stoic ritual is to reclaim sovereignty, to wake with gratitude and preparation rather than with noise, to sleep with reflection rather than with restless scrolling. These are acts of philosophical courage in a culture that resists stillness. Morning and evening rituals can take many forms today: journaling, meditation, setting intentions, reviewing conduct, practicing gratitude. What matters is not the exact method, but the consistency. The Stoics valued practice over theory. A few minutes each morning and evening, repeated faithfully, reshape character more than grand resolutions abandoned quickly. So let this lesson follow naturally from patience. Waiting well requires a steady mind, and ritual provides the structure for such steadiness. Morning arms you for the uncertain day ahead. Evening redeems whatever came by turning it into wisdom. Between these two anchors, life finds meaning not in grand gestures, but in daily practice. The Stoics remind us, begin with purpose, end with reflection, and no day, however difficult, is ever wasted. Morning preparation and evening review teach us that meaning is not found in the blur of days, but in how each one is framed with intention. These small rituals protect against drift, giving shape to life, even when circumstances are uncertain. Yet for many, even with such practices, a deeper restlessness remains. It is the whisper that says, ordinary is not enough. Modern culture feeds this whisper constantly, glorifying the exceptional, the famous, the extraordinary. The Stoics, however, spoke with another voice. They argued that peace belongs not to those who chase extraordinariness, but to those who have the courage to embrace a simple, ordinary life lived with virtue. The fear of being ordinary drives people into exhaustion. It convinces them that worth is measured by applause, by achievements that dazzle, by living a story others will envy. This chase never ends, because there is always someone richer, faster, more admired. The Stoics saw through this trap. They insisted that the value of life rests not in how unusual it appears, but in how wisely it is lived. To accept ordinariness is not failure. It is freedom from illusions that enslave. Ordinary life, lived well, is extraordinary in its own way. To love your family faithfully, to fulfill your duties honestly, to find joy in simple moments, these require courage in a world that devalues them. It takes strength to walk away from vanity, to refuse the endless race for recognition, to measure success not by visibility, but by integrity. Seneca warned that those who chase glory often sacrifice their peace, while those who choose sufficiency guard their soul. The Stoics did not despise achievement, but they refused to worship it. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, reminded himself daily that even the greatest names are eventually forgotten, their statues crumbling, their victories erased by time. If even the most powerful are swallowed by obscurity, why should the ordinary person fear it? Ordinary life, when lived with virtue, outlasts monuments in its impact on the soul. Accepting ordinariness requires humility. Pride resists, insisting that to be unseen is to be worthless. But the Stoic knows that self-worth is not rented from others' approval. It is owned by the practice of reason, courage, justice, and moderation. To cultivate these in quiet corners, away from the crowd, is no less noble than to display them on public stages. The true measure is not scale, but sincerity. This courage also dismantles envy. When you release the need to be extraordinary, others' success no longer threatens you. You admire without comparison, support without jealousy, and live free of bitterness. Peace grows because you are no longer chasing shadows of recognition. You see clearly that happiness does not depend on outshining, but on aligning with virtue. Living an ordinary life with dignity also restores presence. Those obsessed with greatness often live in the future, planning for a claim that has not arrived. In contrast, accepting ordinariness anchors you in the present. Meals, conversations, and small joys are no longer dismissed as distractions from the extraordinary goal. They are seen as life itself. This shift deepens gratitude, for what once seemed trivial is revealed as precious. Practical exercises help strengthen this courage. Reflect on your daily actions and ask, are they guided by virtue or by vanity? When you feel restless because your life seems too plain, remind yourself that even emperors fade into dust. When tempted to compare, remember that sufficiency, not superiority, is the ground of peace. Practicing gratitude for small things each day, health, companionship, the ability to reason, recalibrates the soul to value what is real. This acceptance also creates space for compassion. The race for extraordinariness often isolates, as each person becomes a competitor. But those who embrace the ordinary see others not as rivals, but as fellow travelers. Shared humanity becomes visible again, and kindness flows more freely. Justice is served because you no longer step on others in pursuit of recognition. There is also resilience in ordinariness. Those who base worth on being exceptional collapse when overlooked or forgotten. But those who find dignity in the ordinary remain steady, no matter the crowd's attention. Their identity rests on inner strength, not on shifting recognition. This resilience is power of a rare kind, quiet but unshakable. Accepting an ordinary life does not mean refusing growth. The Stoics still urged striving for virtue, for wisdom, for justice. The difference lies in motive. Growth is pursued not to be seen, but to be better. Improvement is not measured by applause, but by alignment with reason. In this way, ordinariness is not stagnation, but steady cultivation of the soul. The greatest irony is that those who embrace ordinariness often become extraordinary without seeking it. Their calmness, integrity, and steadiness stand out in a restless world. Yet whether noticed or not, they remain the same, because recognition is irrelevant. Their peace does not rise or fall with visibility. This is the truest form of strength. So let this lesson follow from the discipline of ritual. When each day begins with preparation and ends with reflection, the need for extraordinariness fades. Life reveals its value not in grand gestures, but in the quiet courage of living simply and well. The Stoics remind us it takes more bravery to embrace the ordinary with virtue than to chase the extraordinary without peace. In that acceptance, the soul finally rests. When peace is reclaimed by accepting the dignity of an ordinary life, restlessness loses its grip. You no longer chase after what does not last, and you find strength in simplicity. Yet life will not leave you untouched, even when you choose humility. Ordinary or extraordinary, every human path is crossed by pain, of the body, of the heart, of the mind. The Stoics did not deny this reality. They confronted it directly. They believed that suffering itself could be reshaped, that pain could be reinterpreted as material for growth. To them, hardship was not an enemy, but raw clay, ready to be molded into virtue by those willing to see differently. Pain unsettles because it feels like a thief, stealing comfort, security, or joy. The instinct is to resist, to rage, to collapse in despair. The Stoics taught another way. They argued that the sensation itself is only half the burden. The greater weight is the judgment we attach to it. If you decide that pain is unbearable, it becomes so. If you decide it is training, it transforms. This was their radical insight. The mind can reframe suffering, and in doing so, it can turn weakness into strength. Epictetus, born a slave and crippled in body, lived this truth. He declared that people are disturbed not by events, but by their opinions of them. Pain does not dictate misery. Interpretation does. To reinterpret pain is not to deny its reality, but to see it as teacher. A broken bone may limit movement, but it also trains patience. A betrayal may wound trust, but it sharpens discernment. Each form of suffering can refine a quality of soul if approached with courage. The first step in this discipline is recognition. Pain will arrive. This cannot be changed. To treat it as abnormal only deepens shock. The Stoics prepared themselves daily with the thought that adversity is natural. Just as storms belong to weather, so pain belongs to life. By accepting its inevitability, you strip away some of its terror. What is expected can be endured more calmly than what is denied. The next step is separation. Pain is divided into two parts: the raw sensation and the story you tell about it. The sensation may be sharp, heavy, exhausting, but the story often multiplies it. This will never end. This means my life is ruined. This proves I am weak. The Stoics counseled stripping away the story, focusing only on the present moment of sensation. Rarely is the pain of this exact instant unbearable. It is the imagined future or remembered past that overwhelms. By narrowing attention, endurance becomes possible. Another exercise is to view pain as practice. Just as athletes train muscles through resistance, the soul trains virtue through suffering. Hardship becomes the gymnasium of character. Patience grows when comfort is withheld. Courage grows when fear presses hard. Endurance grows when difficulty lingers. The Stoics did not seek pain, but when it came, they welcomed it as material for training. This reinterpretation also reframes emotional suffering. Loss, rejection, disappointment, these pierce deeply. Yet the Stoics taught that such wounds reveal attachments. If grief feels unbearable, it may be because too much of your peace rested on what is outside your control. By grieving, then reflecting, you learn where to re-anchor your worth. This does not eliminate sorrow, but transforms it into clarity. Another dimension of this practice is gratitude within suffering. It may sound paradoxical, but gratitude does not deny pain. It balances it. Gratitude for what remains, gratitude for the chance to endure, gratitude for the lessons hidden in hardship. All shift focus from pure loss to potential growth. Seneca advised remembering that even suffering proves life still flows through you. To feel pain is also to feel alive, and that itself can be honored. This discipline also strengthens justice. Suffering softens arrogance, reminding you that all people share vulnerability. By reinterpreting your own pain as training, you also gain compassion for others in theirs. Instead of bitterness, you offer understanding. Instead of cruelty, you offer patience. Pain shared becomes a bond, a reminder of shared humanity. Practical exercises for this art include deliberate reflection on past hardships. Look back at suffering you once thought unbearable. Did you not endure? Did you not emerge with some lesson, some strength you did not have before? This reflection shows that pain, once reframed, can be seen as the very ground of growth. Another exercise is to meet small discomforts with deliberate composure. Cold, hunger, delay. By practicing calm in these, you prepare for larger trials. This practice is not denial. The Stoics did not claim that pain is pleasant. They admitted it is harsh, but they taught that harshness need not equal destruction. By refusing to label pain as purely evil, they freed themselves to use it. In this way, even the hardest trials became part of their progress. The fruits of this reinterpretation are profound. Resilience deepens when you no longer see pain as enemy. Courage grows when hardship is treated as training. Gratitude expands when suffering sharpens awareness of what remains. And peace becomes possible even in difficulty, because you no longer resist what cannot be avoided. You transform it. So let this lesson grow naturally from the courage of ordinariness. When you stop chasing the extraordinary, you are free to face the inevitable trials of ordinary life with dignity. Pain will come, but it need not destroy. The Stoics remind us that suffering, reinterpreted, becomes raw material for virtue. The mind is the craftsman, the trial is the clay, and in choosing how to shape it, you discover a strength greater than pain itself. When pain is reinterpreted as material for virtue, life's hardest blows lose their power to define you. Suffering becomes teacher, not tyrant, and the mind grows steady even in storms. Yet, once hardship is reframed, another quieter enemy often waits at the edges of daily life. It is not the pain of loss or the sting of insult, but the poison of comparison. In every corner of modern culture, especially in the endless scroll of social media, the temptation arises to measure your life against the display of others. Envy creeps in, whispering that you are behind, that you are smaller, that your joys are less real because someone else's appear larger. The Stoics saw envy as one of the most corrosive states of the soul, and they prescribed detachment as the cure. Envy thrives on illusion. You see only fragments of others' lives, the moments they choose to reveal, polished and framed. Yet the mind turns those fragments into full narratives, convincing you that others live without struggle, while you alone carry burdens. The Stoics taught that such judgments are false because you cannot know the whole story. Seneca reminded his students that those envied for their riches are often enslaved to them. Those envied for their beauty are often tormented by fear of losing it, and those envied for their power live in constant anxiety. To envy is to covet shadows, forgetting the hidden weight that comes with every blessing. The discipline of living without envy begins with shifting focus from others to yourself. The Stoics emphasized that the only good lies in virtue, and virtue is entirely within your control. Wealth, appearance, popularity, all these belong to fortune, not to you. If they come, they may leave. To base happiness on them is to hand your peace to chance. But virtue, courage, justice, wisdom, moderation cannot be taken from you. When you value what is yours alone, envy dissolves, because what others have does not diminish what you can practice. Another Stoic technique is to remind yourself of sufficiency. The culture of comparison thrives by convincing you that what you have is never enough. But sufficiency is the recognition that your needs are already met, that you lack nothing essential. Food, shelter, breath, the ability to reason, these are riches by Stoic measure. Gratitude for them is the shield against envy. When you train your attention on what is present rather than on what others flaunt, peace returns. The Stoics also advised compassion for those envied. Instead of seeing them as rivals, see them as fellow mortals subject to the same fragility. Their wealth will fade, their beauty will age, their fame will vanish. To envy them is to ignore their humanity. To view them with compassion is to free yourself from jealousy and to strengthen connection instead of rivalry. Another dimension is to recognize the emptiness of applause. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that those who praise and those who scorn will soon be gone, their voices forgotten. Why then should envy or pride be tied to their approval? Social media amplifies voices, but the truth remains the same. They pass quickly, and their judgments hold no power unless you grant it. Practical exercises can anchor this discipline. When you feel envy rising, pause and name it clearly. This is envy. Awareness itself weakens its hold. Then question the desire beneath it. Do I truly need what they have, or do I crave the appearance of it? Often envy is less about the object and more about imagined recognition. By exposing this, the craving loses force. Another exercise is deliberate withdrawal from comparison triggers. Limit exposure to the spaces that inflame jealousy, not from fear, but from discipline, the same way you limit unhealthy food for the body. The Stoics also counseled reflection on mortality. The life you envy is as temporary as your own. Wealth, fame, beauty, all vanish at death. To anchor your happiness in them is to anchor in sand. By remembering the shortness of life, you stop wasting it in longing for what cannot last. Instead, you return to the present, where gratitude and virtue dwell. Living without envy also sharpens justice. Jealousy often fuels resentment and cruelty. By detaching from it, you act more fairly toward others. You no longer see them as competitors, but as companions on the same path of human fragility. This perspective makes kindness natural and bitterness unnecessary. The deeper gift of this practice is freedom. Envy enslaves because it makes your happiness dependent on another's fortune. Detachment breaks the chain. You no longer rise or fall with what others gain or lose. You remain steady, rooted in what cannot be taken from you. This steadiness is not indifference to people, but indifference to illusions, and it allows you to engage with others without jealousy. So let this lesson follow naturally from the art of reinterpreting pain. Just as suffering becomes raw material for virtue, so too can envy be transformed into clarity. Comparison loses its poison when you value sufficiency, when you honor virtue above fortune, when you see others not as rivals but as fellow mortals. In an age of curated lives and endless scrolling, Stoic detachment is not retreat but liberation, the power to live your own life fully, free from the shadow of someone else's display. When envy loses its grip, when the habit of comparison dissolves, life begins to feel lighter. You are no longer pulled in every direction by what others have or seem to be. But freedom from jealousy does not only clear the mind, it also sharpens the heart. Without envy clouding affection, you can finally see relationships for what they truly are: fragile, precious, and fleeting. The Stoics, always attentive to impermanence, developed a practice to protect against taking love for granted. They called it negative visualization, the act of contemplating the absence of those you hold dear, not to fall into despair, but to deepen daily gratitude. At first, this practice feels uncomfortable. To picture a spouse gone, a child no longer by your side, a parent no longer alive, presses against the heart like a weight. Yet, the Stoics argued that refusing to think of loss does not prevent it. It only leaves you unprepared. When loss eventually arrives, as it always does, the pain is doubled, the grief of absence combined with the shock of unconsidered reality. Negative visualization reduces this shock. It trains the mind to accept what is inevitable while also magnifying appreciation for the presence that still exists today. Marcus Aurelius wrote of kissing his child while remembering that the child is mortal. This was not coldness, but tenderness, heightened by awareness. To treat each embrace as possibly the last transforms routine gestures into treasures. The ordinary becomes extraordinary because you finally recognize its fragility. Seneca advised his students to visit loved ones with this thought in mind, to remember that time together is not guaranteed. In doing so, annoyance shrinks, affection grows, and quarrels lose their urgency. The practice begins with small reflections. At night, before sleep, recall the faces of those you love and acknowledge silently. They will not be here forever. Let the thoughts soften your heart rather than harden it. In the morning when you greet them, hold the awareness that the greeting is a gift, not a guarantee. This mindset shifts relationships from entitlement to gratitude. Instead of assuming time will always stretch ahead, you learn to treasure the present moment. Negative visualization also cures pettiness. Many arguments, irritations, and resentments thrive because people forget impermanence. A harsh word feels worth clinging to until you recall that this person could be gone tomorrow. Suddenly, the offense shrinks, and reconciliation feels urgent. Why waste hours in cold silence when those hours may be the last you share? This perspective does not erase conflict, but it reframes it, replacing pride with tenderness. Another benefit is resilience in grief. When you have trained the mind to face the possibility of loss, the eventual reality, though painful, does not shatter you entirely. You have already rehearsed the absence in thought. You have already told yourself, this could happen. So when it does, sorrow remains, but despair does not consume. You can carry grief with steadiness rather than collapse under its weight. This practice also fosters justice in relationships. By remembering the fragility of others, you treat them with fairness and kindness. You stop exploiting their patience, neglecting their presence, or taking advantage of their loyalty. You see clearly that they owe you nothing beyond the time they willingly share. Respect becomes natural because you no longer assume permanence. There is also humility in negative visualization. It reminds you that you do not own people, even those closest to you. They are mortal, independent, subject to fate as much as you are. To imagine their absence is to admit your lack of control. This humility shifts love from possession to appreciation. You stop demanding perfection from loved ones and start cherishing them as they are. Practical exercises include writing letters of gratitude to those you love, even if never sent, as a way of acknowledging their importance. Another is to pause in daily routine, while eating together, walking together, sitting quietly, and silently remind yourself, this moment will not repeat. Such exercises infuse ordinary days with extraordinary warmth. Modern life often hides mortality, pushing it aside with distraction. Relationships suffer because people behave as though time is infinite. The Stoics cut through this illusion. By deliberately contemplating loss, they reawakened tenderness. They knew that a life lived in constant assumption of permanence is shallow, but a life lived in awareness of fragility is rich with meaning. So let this lesson follow naturally from detachment from envy. Once you no longer measure yourself against others, you are free to look at those you love without distortion. And when you add the practice of negative visualization, you not only love them, you love them better, more fully, more urgently. The thought of absence does not weaken affection, it strengthens it. The shadow of impermanence turns every shared moment into light. This is the Stoic gift, to see love clearly, to cherish it daily, and to meet loss when it comes with both gratitude and courage. When the practice of negative visualization deepens affection, relationships become fuller and more present. You no longer waste time on trivial quarrels because you know that every shared moment is fragile. Yet this same awareness of impermanence raises another truth. Life itself constantly presents loss, setbacks, and barriers. No matter how wisely you live, obstacles will appear. For most, these are curses to be avoided. The Stoics taught the opposite. They believed obstacles are not merely to be endured, but to be embraced as invitations for growth. This radical stance was captured in the phrase amor fati, love of fate, not tolerating what happens, not simply accepting it, but choosing to love it because it happens. At first, this seems unnatural. How could anyone love sickness, failure, betrayal, or hardship? But the Stoics argued that events themselves are not good or bad. They are raw material. What matters is how you respond. Fire burns wood, but without wood, there is no flame. In the same way, adversity fuels virtue. Without difficulty, courage has no field to test itself. Without insult, patience has no space to grow. Without obstacles, resilience remains theoretical. To love fate, therefore, is to love the training ground life provides. Marcus Aurelius wrote that the obstacle to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This was not poetic comfort. It was a practical rule. Every time you encounter resistance, you are given a chance to redirect, to adapt, to strengthen. What once looked like a barrier becomes a pathway. By shifting perception, you discover that life has not conspired against you. It has offered you a lesson tailored to your growth. The first step in practicing amor fati is reframing. Instead of asking, "Why me?" ask, "What is this for?" This does not deny pain or difficulty, but it prevents despair from taking root. When misfortune strikes, most waste energy in resentment, longing for a reality that does not exist. The Stoic spends that energy seeking what can be learned, what virtue can be strengthened, what wisdom can be gained. This mindset transforms the same event from curse to opportunity. Another step is to recall the universality of obstacles. You are not singled out. Every life contains hardship, illness, loss, failure. To believe you alone should be exempt is arrogance. By remembering that struggle is part of the human condition, resentment eases. Fate has given you nothing unique in adversity, only what it gives all. What differs is your response. Amor fati also requires humility before nature. The universe unfolds according to patterns larger than your control. To demand that events bend to your preference is to live in constant conflict with reality. To love what happens is to align with the order of things, to trust that even the harshest turns can serve a higher harmony if met with virtue. This does not mean passivity. It means working with reality instead of against it. Practical exercises strengthen this stance. Each morning, remind yourself that the day will bring interruptions, obstacles, and surprises. Enter the day expecting them, so their arrival does not break you. Each evening, review difficulties faced and ask, did I resist with bitterness, or did I use them for growth? Over time, these reflections train the instinct to welcome resistance as practice rather than curse. This discipline also expands resilience. When you learn to love fate, you stop fearing change. You no longer waste energy wishing for an easier path because you see that strength comes only through trial. This frees you from the anxiety of what if. Whatever happens, you are prepared to meet it with courage. This steadiness is rare, and it grows only when obstacles are no longer treated as intrusions, but as the fabric of life itself. Amor fati also sharpens gratitude. To love fate means loving not only what delights, but also what challenges. By embracing both, you develop appreciation for the whole of life, not just the comfortable fragments. Gratitude ceases to depend on fortune. It becomes unconditional. Every event, pleasant or painful, becomes a gift for the soul's growth. There is also justice in this practice. Those who love fate act without bitterness toward others, even when wronged. They see injury not as license for vengeance, but as opportunity to practice forgiveness or firmness guided by reason. Justice thrives when obstacles are reframed as training rather than insults to pride. Another gift is creativity. Obstacles force innovation. When the usual path is blocked, you must find another. In this way, adversity fuels ingenuity. Many of history's breakthroughs arose not in ease, but in constraint. The Stoic does not curse limitation, but explores how it can spark new strength. This discipline is not about loving suffering for its own sake. The Stoics were not masochists. They did not seek pain, but when pain came, they refused to label it pure evil. They loved it as part of the whole, as necessary material for growth, as evidence that they still had room to strengthen. To love fate is to love reality itself, without carving away the parts you dislike. So let this lesson follow naturally from the practice of negative visualization in relationships. Just as contemplating loss makes you cherish love more deeply, embracing obstacles makes you cherish life more fully. You stop fighting reality and begin working with it. Every setback becomes a teacher, every barrier a doorway, every hardship a chance to grow. This is the rare strength of amor fati. Not simply to endure what happens, but to love it, because in loving it, you discover the path to wisdom. When obstacles are no longer seen as enemies, but as partners in growth, the heart learns to meet life with steadiness. To love fate itself is to free the soul from resentment, to see meaning not only in joy but also in difficulty. Yet even with this mindset, another source of turmoil quietly gnaws at many lives: the fear of not having enough. Financial worries, the endless pursuit of more, the creeping grip of greed, these can disturb even those who face hardship with courage. The Stoics knew this disease of the soul well, and they offered a cure: the economics of enough. Moderation, they taught, is the true wealth, for it liberates you from both anxiety and endless craving. The modern world thrives on restlessness. Advertisements whisper daily that what you have is inadequate, that happiness lies just beyond the next purchase, the next upgrade, the next possession. The result is lives consumed by striving, never satisfied, always comparing. The Stoic approach cuts against this current with radical simplicity: to measure wealth not by accumulation, but by sufficiency. To have enough is not to have little, it is to have what is needed for a life of virtue, and nothing more is required for peace. Seneca wrote that poverty is not the absence of possessions, but the endless desire for more. A person with little who feels content is rich, while a person with abundance who feels deprived is poor. This reversal strikes at the root of financial anxiety. The problem is not what fortune gives, but what the mind demands. By training desire, you change wealth from something fragile and external into something stable and internal. The economics of enough begins with clarity about needs: food, shelter, clothing, basic security. These are natural requirements. Beyond them lies preference, luxury, and indulgence. The Stoics did not condemn comfort, but they warned against dependence on it. The moment peace is tied to luxury, fortune gains the power to disturb you. Moderation reclaims this power. When you know that sufficiency is small, fortune cannot threaten you with loss, nor seduce you with excess. Moderation also dismantles greed. Greed thrives on the illusion that more will finally satisfy. But the Stoics knew desire expands endlessly when fed. To draw a boundary, to declare enough, is to escape the trap. This does not mean rejecting wealth if it comes honestly. It means holding it lightly, using it with wisdom, and never letting it enslave you. Wealth is a tool. Moderation ensures it does not become a master. Another benefit of this discipline is freedom from financial fear. Anxiety often comes not from actual scarcity, but from imagined futures. The mind obsesses over losing what it has, over failing to secure more, over falling behind. By practicing moderation, you realize you need far less than fear suggests. You discover that sufficiency lies closer than greed admits. This realization calms the restless mind, replacing panic with quiet confidence. Practical exercises support this shift. Live simply for periods of time. Eat plain meals, wear modest clothing, spend less than you could. These rehearsals, advised by Seneca himself, remind you that life with little is not only possible, but often peaceful. By experiencing sufficiency directly, you weaken the grip of financial fear. Another practice is gratitude, deliberately naming the resources already present. Gratitude shifts focus from what is missing to what is abundant. The economics of enough also nurtures justice. Greed harms not only the individual, but society, fueling inequality and exploitation. Moderation tempers this harm by aligning personal desires with fairness. When you require less, you take less from others. You leave more room for balance, for generosity, for shared well-being. In this sense, moderation is not only personal freedom, but also social virtue. There is humility in this approach. To accept enough is to admit that life is not measured by grandeur. It is to value sufficiency over spectacle, to live quietly rather than chase recognition through wealth. This humility shields against vanity and restores focus to what matters: character, relationships, wisdom. The fruits of moderation extend to joy itself. A simple meal tastes richer when it is enough. A modest home feels warmer when not overshadowed by craving. A life freed from constant comparison opens space for appreciation. The Stoics were not ascetics for its own sake. They sought joy in simplicity because it proved lasting, while joy from excess faded quickly. So let this lesson grow naturally from amor fati. If fate is to be loved as it unfolds, then part of that love is accepting sufficiency without resentment. To embrace the economics of enough is to live free from both the fear of poverty and the chains of greed. Moderation reveals that wealth is not counted in coins, but in contentment, not in possessions, but in peace. And in discovering this, you become richer than fortune itself could ever make you. When moderation teaches the freedom of enough, when the restless craving for more begins to quiet, another truth becomes impossible to ignore. Even the little or the much that you hold is not truly yours. Wealth, status, possessions, even the moments of good fortune, they all feel solid, but they are fragile. They arrive, they stay for a time, and then they leave, often without warning. The Stoics urged us to see this clearly. Fortune is not ownership, but a loan. To mistake borrowed gifts for permanent possessions is to set yourself up for grief when they are recalled. To treat them as temporary is to walk with gratitude and steadiness, free from the arrogance of thinking you own what was only entrusted to you for a while. The human instinct is to cling. When success comes, you build walls around it, believing you have secured it forever. When possessions accumulate, you act as though they are extensions of yourself. But history is filled with examples of sudden reversals. Empires crumble, fortunes vanish overnight, reputations dissolve in a whisper. The Stoics did not teach this to frighten, but to awaken. What belongs to fortune is never guaranteed. If you treat it as permanent, you chain your happiness to shifting ground. Reframing fortune as a loan changes how you live. When something is borrowed, you hold it with care, but without illusion. You use it wisely, knowing it will not remain indefinitely. You enjoy it without entitlement, knowing its return is natural. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that everything external is fleeting, that life itself is temporary stewardship, not ownership. To internalize this view is to disarm disappointment before it arrives. This perspective does not diminish gratitude, it multiplies it. If wealth, success, or comfort were truly yours, you might take them for granted. But when seen as temporary gifts, each moment becomes precious. A meal feels richer when you remember it could be gone tomorrow. A victory feels sweeter when you know it is not eternal. Gratitude thrives in the soil of impermanence. Viewing fortune as a loan also guards against arrogance. Many mistake success as proof of superiority, as though they crafted every element of it themselves. But the Stoics pointed out that fortune includes countless factors beyond your control: birth, health, timing, circumstance. To boast of possession is to forget the role of chance. Humility grows when you see success not as a crown you forged, but as a cloak you were allowed to wear for a season. Another gift of this mindset is resilience in loss. When fortune withdraws what it once lent, those who believed they owned it collapse in despair. But those who trained themselves to see fortune as temporary accept the loss with steadiness. They grieve perhaps, but they are not broken. They remind themselves, "This was never truly mine. I was entrusted with it for a time, and now it has returned to the flow of life." This acceptance is not apathy, but wisdom, freeing you from the torment of clinging. Practical exercises strengthen this discipline. Each day, remind yourself of the impermanence of what you value: health, wealth, position. Say to yourself, "This is on loan. Use it well today, for it may be gone tomorrow." Another exercise is to deliberately loosen your grip. Share what you have with others. Give generously. Practice letting go of small things. These acts prepare the soul for larger returns that fortune will inevitably demand. This perspective also reshapes ambition. To treat fortune as possession fuels endless striving. More wealth, more fame, more control. But to see it as a loan shifts ambition toward what is truly yours: character, wisdom, virtue. These cannot be taken by fortune because they belong not to the external world, but to your reason and will. Success becomes less about accumulation and more about alignment with what endures. There is justice in this practice as well. When you no longer cling to fortune as possession, you no longer hoard or exploit to secure it. You can share more freely, act more fairly, live with greater compassion. Greed fades when you realize that what you protect so fiercely is never truly yours. Generosity grows naturally because you treat fortune as common flow rather than private property. Reframing fortune as a loan also lightens fear. Much anxiety arises from the thought of losing what you hold. But if you have trained yourself to expect the return of fortune's gifts, loss does not come as theft, but as the fulfillment of a natural contract. You walk with less dread because you have already surrendered in principle what fortune may recall in practice. So let this lesson flow naturally from the economics of enough. Moderation teaches that you need little for peace. This truth teaches that even what you have is temporary. Together, they free you from both craving and clinging. The Stoics remind us that fortune is not a possession, but a loan. Use it wisely, hold it lightly, and when it is recalled, release it with gratitude rather than grief. In this way, success ceases to define you, possessions cease to imprison you, and peace becomes unshakable. When fortune is seen as a loan rather than a possession, the grip of fear and arrogance weakens. You stop clinging to what was never truly yours, and humility begins to take root. Yet this recognition alone can leave an emptiness if misunderstood. If wealth, fame, and possessions are fleeting, then where should energy be directed? What gives life meaning beyond what fortune lends and takes away? The Stoics answered with clarity. Freedom is found not in chasing personal gain, but in serving something larger than the self, aligning with nature's order, contributing to the whole rather than obsessing over private advantage, dissolves the restless dissatisfaction that haunts so many. Selfishness traps the soul in narrow concerns, endless calculations of what benefits me, what threatens me, what enhances my standing. But such a life, however comfortable, often feels hollow. The Stoics taught that we are parts of a greater system, like limbs of the same body. To live only for yourself is to cut yourself off from the harmony of the whole. To serve the greater order is to rediscover belonging, purpose, and peace. Nature, for the Stoics, was not merely trees and rivers, but the rational order of the universe. Every being has a role within it. A hand serves the body, a citizen serves the city, a soul serves the larger flow of existence. When you live in tune with this order, selfish restlessness falls away. You no longer measure life only by personal gain, but by how well your actions contribute to justice, reason, and harmony. Serving a greater cause does not mean abandoning individuality. It means lifting your focus beyond the narrow circle of self-interest. Marcus Aurelius wrote that what harms the hive cannot benefit the bee. To injure others for personal advantage is to wound the very structure you depend on. Recognizing this truth shifts decisions. You act not merely for private success, but for the flourishing of all. This alignment also liberates you from the anxiety of constant comparison. When your purpose is tied to a larger cause, you no longer measure yourself against neighbors or rivals. You measure yourself against duty, against integrity, against whether you advanced what is right. This standard is steadier than social approval and more enduring than fortune's gifts. Another benefit of serving a greater cause is resilience in adversity. Personal goals crumble easily when obstacles rise, but a higher mission steadies the soul. Hardship becomes lighter when born for something larger than comfort. Soldiers endure hunger for the defense of their homeland. Parents endure sleepless nights for their children. Philosophers endure ridicule for truth. In each case, the cause transforms suffering into meaning. Practical exercises strengthen this orientation. Begin by reflecting each morning. How can my actions today serve more than myself? Look for ways to contribute through kindness, fairness, honest work, or care for others. In the evening, review whether you lived only for your own comfort or whether you advanced the harmony of the whole. These small reflections anchor life in service. The Stoics also counseled detachment from narrow pride. To serve the greater order requires humility, the recognition that you are part of something vast, not its center. This humility does not diminish dignity, it enhances it because it aligns you with the wisdom of the cosmos rather than with fleeting desires. Justice too flourishes in this practice. When you see yourself as part of a larger whole, you cannot exploit others without betraying yourself. Fairness, compassion, and honesty become natural because harming another becomes as absurd as a hand striking its own body. Service to the greater order makes justice not an abstract rule, but a lived necessity. This orientation also brings serenity. Selfish ambition is restless, always grasping, always fearing loss. Service is steady because its worth is not tied to personal outcome. Whether praised or ignored, whether successful or opposed, your peace remains because you know you acted in alignment with what is right. So let this lesson grow naturally from the insight that fortune is alone. If possessions and status cannot define you, then service must. By aligning with nature's order, by devoting your life to causes beyond selfish desire, you dissolve the unease that comes from living only for yourself. In that service lies freedom, the freedom to live meaningfully, to act justly, and to rest in the knowledge that you are part of something far greater than your own fleeting concerns. When life is no longer lived only for the self, but aligned with a greater cause, the soul finds direction. Service to justice, to truth, to harmony, steadies the heart in ways possessions or applause never can. Yet even with this higher orientation, the Stoics knew that human weakness persists. Pride returns, impulses intrude, clarity fades. To stay faithful to principle requires daily correction. For this reason, they turn to a discipline as quiet as it is powerful, writing, not for publication, not for recognition, but for self-governance. Journaling, practiced most famously by Marcus Aurelius, was a mirror for the mind, a way to hold oneself accountable to reason when emotion threatened to take command. The act of writing slows thought. What races chaotically in the mind must be shaped into words on the page. This process reveals contradictions, exposes excuses, and clarifies motives. Marcus wrote not to impress posterity, but to remind himself of truths he already knew, yet often forgot. His meditations are filled with self-rebuke, encouragement, and reminders of mortality. Writing became his private companion, a silent teacher that guided him back to Stoic discipline when the noise of the world tried to drown it out. For the Stoics, journaling was a daily form of philosophy in action. Philosophy was never merely abstract, it was training for the soul. To write was to rehearse virtues, to revisit principles, to sharpen awareness of where one had failed and where one must improve. Seneca advised reviewing the day each evening, writing down what was done well, what was done poorly, and how tomorrow could be lived better. This was not self-punishment but self-governance, a deliberate shaping of character through reflection. The value of writing lies in its permanence. Thoughts slip quickly, but words on the page confront you. They cannot be denied once recorded. A journal becomes a witness to your inner life, showing patterns that otherwise remain hidden, impatience that recurs, vanity that creeps in, progress that strengthens, all become visible across days and weeks. Without this record, life blurs. With it, growth becomes measurable. Journaling also tempers pride. To write honestly requires admitting weakness. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, confessed in his notes his struggles with anger, desire, and distraction. If the most powerful man in the world needed daily reminders of humility, how much more do we? Writing pulls down the mask worn in public. On the page, pretenses fall away, and you face yourself as you are. This confrontation is uncomfortable but necessary, for improvement begins with truth. The practice also strengthens resilience. Writing through grief, pain, or confusion allows the storm inside to be named and ordered. To put suffering into words is to reduce its chaos. The Stoics taught that expression brings clarity, and clarity brings endurance. By journaling hardship, you create space between yourself and the event, turning raw emotion into subject for reason. Another benefit is alignment with purpose. Each morning, writing intentions helps set the course. Today I will practice patience. Today I will speak with restraint. Today I will not waste hours. At night, writing review holds you accountable. Did I keep my word, or did I fail? This rhythm of preparation and review anchors life in deliberate effort, preventing drift. Journaling also cultivates gratitude. By noting daily blessings, however small, you train the mind to see abundance rather than lack. Gratitude reshapes perception, softening envy and fear. The Stoics understood that the mind must be trained deliberately, and writing is one of the most effective exercises for this training. Practical approaches vary, but the principles remain. Some may write in the morning, setting intentions and recalling Stoic maxims to guide the day. Others may write in the evening, recording failures and victories alike. The form does not matter, the discipline does. What matters is honesty, consistency, and the commitment to return to reason when emotions tempt you away. In our time, journaling is often seen as therapy or creativity. The Stoic purpose was sharper: governance of the self. To govern others without first governing yourself is hypocrisy. To govern yourself requires confronting the truth of your choices, and writing is the tool that keeps that confrontation clear. So let this lesson grow naturally from serving a greater cause. Service gives direction, but writing keeps you faithful to it. Journaling is the quiet practice that aligns thought with principle, strips away excuses, and trains the soul in daily accountability. Like Marcus Aurelius, you may write only for yourself, never intending others to read, yet those words may become the compass that guides you back to reason again and again. This is the Stoic art of writing, not for show, but for self-mastery. Writing for self-governance disciplines the mind, exposing where it drifts and guiding it back toward reason. Journaling becomes a mirror, reflecting not the mask worn for others, but the truth that must be faced within. Yet even with such honesty, there remains a temptation difficult to overcome: the desire to control what lies beyond reach. People wrestle endlessly with externals, the choices of others, the turns of fortune, the outcomes of efforts. The more tightly they grip, the more restless they become. The Stoics revealed a paradox that turns this struggle on its head. True power comes not from grasping at control, but from surrendering it. In letting go of what you cannot command, you gain mastery over yourself, and that is the deepest form of strength. At first glance, surrender sounds like weakness. To release control seems to invite defeat, to give up the fight. But the Stoics argued that it is the opposite. Struggling against the uncontrollable is wasted effort, draining energy that could strengthen what is within your command. When you stop fighting what cannot be changed, you redirect force toward your own judgment, your own will, your own choices. This is not passivity, it is precision. Power is not scattered into impossible battles, but concentrated where it can actually prevail. Epictetus taught that freedom lies in distinguishing between what belongs to you and what does not. Your thoughts, your actions, your responses, these are yours. Everything else, from the weather to reputation to fortune's gifts, is outside your authority. To attempt control over them is to enslave yourself to frustration. To release them is to gain dominion over the only territory you truly own, your reason. Surrender, then, is not collapse, but clarity. It is the decision to stop exhausting yourself over things the universe never placed in your hands. When you let go, you do not lose power, you reclaim it. You become steady while others thrash in futile struggle. This composure itself is influence, because those who cannot control themselves are controlled by externals, but those who master themselves remain unshaken. The paradox reveals itself most clearly in adversity. When insulted, you cannot control another's words. Resist them with anger, and you hand over your peace. Surrender the need to control their speech, and you keep your composure. When fortune withdraws wealth, you cannot control its return. Rage at the loss, and you are doubly poor. Accept its departure, and you remain rich in independence. Again and again, surrender reveals itself as the path to inner strength. This discipline extends to ambition. Many exhaust themselves chasing recognition, believing control over reputation is possible. But the Stoics warned that reputation belongs to others' tongues and minds. To surrender this craving is to liberate yourself from endless performance. You act with virtue, not with an eye on applause. In surrendering image, you gain authenticity. Another layer of this paradox is serenity. Control over externals is never secure, so those who seek it live in constant anxiety. Surrender removes the instability. By accepting events as they are, you no longer tremble at each turn of fate. This calm is power of a kind that cannot be stolen, because it depends only on your own stance toward life. Practical exercises can help embody this surrender. Begin by naming what is outside your control whenever anxiety rises. Say to yourself, "This belongs to fortune, not to me." Then shift attention to what you can govern: your words, your patience, your choices. Another practice is to deliberately expose yourself to small losses of control, delays, changes, interruptions, and use them as training grounds. Each surrender strengthens resilience for larger trials. This surrender also nurtures justice. Those who cling to control often exploit others to secure it. Those who release it act more fairly, recognizing that domination of externals is neither possible nor right. By focusing on virtue rather than possession, justice becomes natural. The paradox reaches its peak in the ultimate surrender: death. No one controls its timing or form. To resist this truth is to live in constant fear. To surrender to it as part of nature is to live freely, unafraid. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that death is nothing to dread, for it is woven into the same order that gave birth. Surrender here becomes the ultimate power, because it removes fear of the inevitable. So let this lesson grow naturally from the practice of writing. Journaling reveals where you grasp at illusions of control. Surrender teaches you to release them. Together, they return power to its rightful place, not in externals, but in the governance of your own soul. This paradox is the heart of Stoic strength. In letting go, you are not diminished. You are made unshakable because nothing outside yourself can rule what you have chosen to free. Surrendering the need to control externals reveals a strange kind of strength, one that no storm can overthrow. By letting go of battles that cannot be won, you discover mastery where it matters most, within yourself. Yet the world around you does not quiet simply because your soul does. Noise persists, conflict rages, events unfold with unpredictability. The Stoics understood this reality well, living in empires marked by war, corruption, and constant upheaval. Their response was not to match outer chaos with inner frenzy, but to cultivate a stillness so deep that turmoil could not touch it. In turbulent times, such calm is not passive retreat, but a revolutionary act, proof that the self can remain steady even as the world shakes. Stillness for the Stoics was not absence of activity, but presence of clarity. You may act, work, or even fight, but without agitation clouding the mind. They taught that the wise person moves like a skilled sailor steering through a storm, firm at the helm, eyes clear, responding with reason rather than panic. The winds rage, but the captain within remains steady. This steadiness is what they called inner calm, a composure rooted not in circumstance, but in discipline of thought. The path to stillness begins with perception. Turbulence is amplified by the mind's judgment. This is catastrophic. This is unbearable. This is chaos. But the Stoics urged reframing. Events are simply events. Judgment paints them as overwhelming. By suspending rash opinions, you strip away some of the storm's power. You see more clearly what is fact, what is exaggeration, and what lies within your control. Stillness also grows from detachment. Noise thrives on dragging attention outward, gossip, outrage, distractions. The Stoic practice is to withdraw inward, not in escape, but in return to the inner citadel Marcus Aurelius described. This inner fortress cannot be breached unless you open its gates. By retreating there regularly, you build a reserve of calm that no external noise can dissolve. Another practice is deliberate pause. In the rush of chaos, speed often magnifies mistakes. Stillness allows space. You stop, breathe, reflect, and then respond. This pause is powerful because it shifts action from impulse to reason. Even brief silence can change the outcome of conflict, replacing escalation with clarity. The Stoics also emphasized harmony with nature. Chaos often feels intolerable because it defies your expectations. But when you accept that turbulence belongs to life as naturally as calm seas, resistance softens. Storms are part of weather, upheavals part of history, uncertainty part of existence. To align with this truth is to release the shock of chaos. You stop demanding perfect order and begin navigating reality as it is. Stillness in chaos is not only personal medicine, it is also social strength. When others are consumed by panic, the calm person becomes an anchor. Your composure steadies those around you, offering perspective where frenzy reigns. This influence is not loud but profound. The one who remains still in turmoil quietly reshapes the atmosphere, proving that peace is possible even in crisis. Practical exercises include setting aside moments of intentional quiet daily, time without noise, screens, or distraction. These moments train the mind to rest even when the world demands constant reaction. Another exercise is to practice calm in small disturbances, delays, interruptions, criticism. By meeting these with composure, you build readiness for larger storms. The fruits of this discipline extend far. Stillness protects health by easing the corrosive effects of constant stress. It sharpens decision-making by preventing impulsive errors. It preserves dignity by keeping words measured and actions deliberate. And it nurtures joy by allowing you to notice beauty even in the midst of turmoil. So let this lesson flow naturally from the paradox of power through surrender. Once you release the impossible task of controlling the world, you are free to cultivate mastery of yourself. From that mastery arises stillness, a calm so steady that even chaos cannot penetrate. In times of turbulence, such calm is more than self-protection. It is a quiet revolution, proof that the soul need not be enslaved by the storm. Stillness in the midst of chaos reveals that the deepest strength is not in silencing the storm outside, but in calming the storm within. When the world rages, composure becomes its own kind of power. Yet even for the one who has cultivated this inner calm, another truth must be faced. Much of life unfolds beyond your design. You may prepare, you may act wisely, you may steady your soul, yet events will often follow scripts you never wrote. The Stoics urged acceptance of this reality through a metaphor both humbling and liberating. Life is like a play in which you are given a role, not the power to choose the story. Freedom, they taught, comes not from rewriting the script, but from performing your part with grace. This perspective dismantles resistance. Most suffering arises not only from events themselves, but from the refusal to accept them. People protest their circumstances as though arguing with reality could alter it. Why me? Why this family, this body, this fate? The Stoics responded with clarity. You did not author the universe, but you can choose how to inhabit your place within it. To embrace your role is to release the exhausting war against what cannot be changed. Epictetus, himself a slave for much of his life, embodied this teaching. He reminded his students that if you are assigned the part of a beggar, play it well. If that of a king, play it well also. What matters is not the role, but the manner in which you carry it. Virtue is possible in any circumstance because it depends on choice, not condition. By seeing life as a play, you realize that dignity comes not from the part assigned, but from the spirit in which it is enacted. This metaphor also dissolves envy and pride. Roles differ in scale and appearance, but all are necessary to the play. To covet another's part, or to boast of your own, is foolish, for neither is truly yours. The actor does not argue with the playwright, nor resent fellow actors. They focus on bringing their character to life faithfully. Likewise, the Stoic recognizes that fortune distributes roles unevenly, but reason allows each person to perform with integrity. Another dimension of this practice is humility. To admit you are not the scriptwriter is to let go of illusions of absolute control. This humility does not belittle you, it frees you. You are not responsible for arranging every outcome in the cosmos, only for living your role as well as you can. This release of impossible responsibility lightens the soul, allowing focus on what can actually be shaped. There is also resilience in this view. When hardship arrives, it is not a personal insult, but part of the story. The loss of wealth, the decline of health, the betrayal of friends. These, painful as they are, become scenes in which virtue can be tested. Instead of demanding the script change, you ask, how can I perform this moment with courage, justice, or patience? In this way, suffering becomes not meaningless torment, but opportunity for greatness of spirit. Practical exercises strengthen this discipline. Each morning, remind yourself that you do not control the entire play, only your performance. Throughout the day, when frustration rises, repeat, "This is my role now, and I will play it well." In the evening, review. Did I complain about the script, or did I embody virtue in the part I was given? Over time, this practice trains acceptance, replacing resistance with grace. This perspective also transforms death. If life is a play, then death is the closing of the curtain. To rage against it is as senseless as an actor refusing to leave the stage when the final scene is done. The Stoics taught that the length of the play matters less than the quality of the performance. When the time comes, you bow and depart, grateful for the chance to have played at all. So let this lesson follow naturally from stillness. When chaos cannot shake you, you are ready for the deeper truth, that you did not script the story of existence, yet you remain free in how you act within it. To see life as a play is to embrace your role fully, without resistance or resentment. It is to understand that true freedom is not in rewriting the script, but in performing with dignity, courage, and grace until the final curtain falls. When life is seen as a play, when you stop resisting the script and instead perform your role with grace, a deeper awareness emerges. Every performance has an end, and every actor leaves the stage. What remains after you are gone is not the stage itself, not the costume you wore, not the applause that briefly echoed. It is the impression of how you carried yourself. The Stoics taught that the legacy worth leaving is not a record of achievements, but the mark of character. Buildings crumble, titles fade, wealth disperses, but the memory of a just, wise, and courageous soul endures in ways monuments never can. Many spend their lives chasing accomplishments, convinced that trophies, positions, or accolades will secure their remembrance. Yet history shows how quickly such things vanish. Victories once celebrated are now footnotes. Names once revered are now forgotten. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that even emperors fade into obscurity. What survives longest is not the list of deeds, but the spirit in which life was lived. Virtue, not achievement, is the true inheritance left to others. To focus on character is to ask, how will I be remembered not for what I gained, but for how I treated others? Was I fair when it was difficult? Was I patient when tested? Did I act with courage when fear pressed heavily? These questions shape legacy more deeply than any award. A kind word remembered by a child, an act of fairness that prevented harm, a moment of restraint that preserved dignity. These linger quietly in memory long after worldly accomplishments dissolve. This perspective also dismantles vanity. The desire to be remembered for grand achievements often fuels arrogance and exploitation. But when character becomes the focus, humility grows. You understand that virtue does not require recognition to be real. It is its own reward, lived daily, whether or not the crowd notices. Ironically, it is often this very humility that leaves the most enduring impression. Another dimension of a Stoic legacy is consistency. Achievements may dazzle in bursts, but character is revealed in patterns. To live each day with moderation, to respond with calm regularly, to practice justice steadily, These habits shape the memory of who you were. Consistency proves authenticity, for anyone can act virtuously once, only character sustains it across time. Practical exercises strengthen this focus. Each evening, reflect not on what you accomplished, but on how you lived. Ask, did I honor virtue today? Did I embody the qualities I wish to be remembered for? Over months and years, these reflections accumulate into a life where character overshadows mere deeds. Another practice is to deliberately shift conversations with yourself from "what did I achieve?" to "who was I in the process?" This change recalibrates ambition from external to internal. A Stoic legacy also extends to how you prepare others. Wealth may be inherited, but its security is fragile. Achievements may be admired, but they cannot be passed on. What can be given is example. A parent who models patience, a leader who models fairness, a friend who models honesty. These legacies outlast fortunes. They shape not only memory, but future lives. This focus also brings peace. The fear of being forgotten drives many into restless striving, but the Stoic accepts that most names will fade and that obscurity is not failure. What matters is not eternal fame, but present integrity. To live each day well is to have already left the only legacy that counts, the impression of virtue on those around you. Whether remembered for generations or forgotten tomorrow, you lived rightly, and that is enough. So let this lesson follow naturally from the metaphor of life as a play. You cannot script the story, and you cannot control how long the performance lasts. But you can control how you play your role and what impression you leave when you exit the stage. The Stoics remind us that the legacy worth leaving is not the applause of achievements, but the quiet strength of character. When virtue, not vanity, guides your life, you ensure that what remains after you is not dust, but the echo of a soul that lived wisely, justly, and well. When the focus shifts from achievement to character, from applause to integrity, life takes on a calmer weight. You no longer burn yourself out chasing recognition that time will erase. Instead, you measure success by the virtues you embody and the way you uplift those around you. Yet, even with this grounding, the mind can still fall into narrowness. It is easy to become absorbed in personal struggles, daily inconveniences, and the small dramas of life. The Stoics offered an antidote to this shrinking of perspective, the cosmic view, what Marcus Aurelius called sympathia, the recognition that you are part of a vast interconnected whole. To reset your life through this lens is to rise above trivial concerns and rediscover strength by aligning yourself with the larger order of existence. The power of sympathia lies in scale. Human problems often feel unbearable because they are magnified by proximity. A disappointment at work, a harsh word from a friend, a lost opportunity. These consume thought when viewed in isolation. But step back, and their size changes. Place them against the backdrop of a universe that has existed for billions of years, a cosmos where stars burn and die, where entire civilizations rise and vanish, and suddenly the sting of today feels lighter. This is not dismissal of pain, but recalibration. You remember that you are part of something vast, and your troubles, though real, are not the center of existence. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself of this truth. He wrote of standing above the earth in thought, looking down at seas, lands, and cities, and seeing how quickly the affairs of men vanish. This exercise was not meant to belittle life, but to place it in harmony with reality. By recognizing the brevity and smallness of individual struggles, you release the weight of over-importance. What felt like the end of the world becomes a passing moment in an immense flow. Sympathia also teaches connection. To see yourself as part of the cosmos is not only to see your smallness, but also your belonging. You are a thread in a vast tapestry, and your actions ripple outward. Every choice touches others. Every virtue strengthens the whole. Marcus wrote that what harms the hive harms the bee. To detach from the whole is to wound yourself. This perspective transforms selfishness into service. For when you act justly, you sustain not only your own soul, but the harmony of the greater body. This cosmic perspective also dissolves envy and pride. Why boast of wealth or status when, in the span of time, both vanish like dust? Why envy another's fortune when all is temporary? Against the backdrop of eternity, the only lasting measure is how well you align with virtue. The cosmic view strips away illusions and reveals the truth. Character is the only wealth that endures beyond the shifting of fortune. Practical exercises help cultivate this mindset. At night, step outside and look at the sky. Let the stars remind you of scale, of your place in the vast order. Reflect that your worries are grains of sand on a shore that stretches beyond sight. In the morning, remind yourself that every person you meet is also part of this whole, sharing the same fragility, mortality, and dependence. Treat them not as obstacles, but as fellow travelers in the same cosmic journey. Another exercise is to reflect on cycles. Just as seasons turn, so too do human affairs. Ups and downs are natural, not personal betrayals. To align with this rhythm is to release resistance. When you see your struggles as part of larger patterns, patience deepens and endurance strengthens. Sympathia also nurtures gratitude. To realize that you exist at all in a universe that did not owe you life is to awaken awe. Gratitude softens bitterness because you see each breath, each sunrise, each relationship as part of an immense gift. Instead of demanding more from the universe, you marvel at being allowed to participate in it at all. This perspective strengthens resilience in grief. Loss feels unbearable when viewed as the destruction of everything. But when placed in the cosmic order, death is seen as transformation, as part of the same flow that gave birth. The Stoics did not deny sorrow, but reminded themselves that all is part of nature's law. To align with this is to replace despair with acceptance. So let this lesson grow naturally from the focus on legacy. What you leave behind is not possessions, but the echo of your character. And when you place that character within the vastness of the cosmos, you realize that you were never isolated, never insignificant, never detached. You were always part of the whole, woven into the fabric of time and space. The Stoic reset through sympathia restores this vision, freeing you from the prison of narrow concerns and returning you to awe, humility, and strength. To live with this perspective is to carry both lightness and responsibility. Lightness because your burdens are small against the infinite. Responsibility because your actions ripple through the whole. Seeing yourself within the vast web of sympathia resets perspective. You realize that your life is part of something larger, that your struggles are smaller than they appear, and that every choice echoes beyond you. But awareness of connection is only the beginning. To live wisely within this cosmic order, you must also master how you engage with the immediate world. Every day, impressions strike your mind like waves, an insult, a temptation, a fear, a desire. Left unexamined, these impressions drag you into reactions that betray reason. The Stoics warned that freedom begins not with external power, but with the discipline of assent, the ability to filter your first impressions before granting them authority. The first impression often feels irresistible. Someone raises their voice and anger rises. A piece of news flashes across a screen and fear surges. A flattering remark reaches your ears and pride swells. But the Stoics taught that these impressions are not yet truths. They are only appearances. To assent without examination is to hand over the keys of your mind to impulse, to pause, to question, to test. This is the act of reclaiming sovereignty. Epictetus described the mind as a judge seated in a courtroom. Impressions enter like witnesses, some truthful, some deceitful, some distorted. Your task is not to silence them, but to cross-examine them. Is this reliable? Is this in my control? Does this align with virtue? Only when an impression withstands this scrutiny should assent be granted. Otherwise, it must be dismissed, no matter how urgent it feels. This practice dismantles many sources of suffering. Fear often arises from imagining events worse than they are. Anger arises from assuming intention behind others' actions. Desire arises from believing pleasure guarantees happiness. By filtering these first impressions, you stop suffering twice. Once from the event itself, and again from the story you attached to it. You meet reality as it is, not as distorted by unchecked assumptions. The discipline of assent also sharpens clarity. Life becomes less about being pushed by impressions and more about choosing responses with deliberation. You no longer mistake appearances for truth or emotions for commands. You begin to live as an agent, not a puppet. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly, "Do not be carried away by appearances." This was not cold detachment, but practical wisdom, ensuring that his choices came from reason, not from the frenzy of unchecked impressions. Practical exercises strengthen this discipline. When anger flares, pause and ask, what exactly has happened? Am I judging intention without proof? Is this in my control? When fear rises, test it. What am I assuming will happen? Is this certain? Even if it occurs, is it as unbearable as I imagine? When desire tempts, question, will this truly bring lasting good or only fleeting pleasure? Each question creates space between impression and assent, and in that space, freedom is found. The Stoics also counseled training the mind in advance. Just as soldiers drill before battle, philosophers rehearse impressions before they strike. Imagine insults, losses, temptations, and visualize the calm response. This preparation weakens the force of surprise, making it easier to filter impressions when they actually arrive. Another benefit of this practice is humility. Filtering impressions requires admitting that your first reaction may be wrong. This openness protects against arrogance and cultivates patience. Instead of rushing to judgment, you remain curious, careful, deliberate. This humility not only strengthens wisdom, but also improves relationships, as fewer conflicts are fueled by rash assumptions. The discipline of assent also guards against manipulation. Politicians, advertisers, and influencers thrive on unchecked impressions. They provoke fear, envy, or desire to control behavior. By filtering impressions, you see through these tactics. You recognize persuasion as attempt, not truth. You regain autonomy in a world designed to steal it. So let this lesson follow naturally from the cosmic reset. Once you know you are part of something vast, you must also learn to govern the smallest encounters. To live within nature's order requires not only perspective, but discipline at the level of thought itself. Every impression is a visitor at the door of your mind. The Stoics teach you to stand as guard, not to slam the door, not to invite every guest, but to discern carefully who may enter. In this discipline lies freedom, clarity, and the beginning of true mastery of the self. When you learn to pause before believing your first impression, a new question appears. Did you actually live by that pause when the day tested you? The mind can promise restraint at sunrise and still drift by nightfall. The bridge between intention and integrity is a quiet habit the Stoics prized more than most people know. Daily self-auditing, the steady practice of checking your own life with honesty and courage. There is a brief hush before sleep when excuses lose their shine and truth stands closer. Use that hush, not to punish yourself, but to see clearly. Self-auditing is not a courtroom where you prosecute your day. It is a workshop where you tune it. The goal is not guilt. The goal is precision. You are learning which beliefs moved you, which habits ran you, and where you still gave assent to feelings you should have filtered. In this way, each day becomes a teacher, and tomorrow's self gets better tools. Start with facts before feelings. List the key moments of the day in plain words, no drama added. You spoke to a colleague, you were cut off in traffic, you scrolled during work, you helped a neighbor. Keep them short and neutral. This separates what happened from what you told yourself about it. Only after the facts stand on their own do you add the inner part, the pull you felt, the story you believed, the action you took. This two-layer view prevents your mind from smuggling judgment into the record as if it were truth. Now, hunt for the choice points. These are the small hinges where the day turned. A raised eyebrow that triggered irritation. A notification that pulled you into 40 minutes of distraction. A request for help you were too hurried to notice. Mark those hinges. Every hinge is a lesson in ascent. You are not auditing the whole day at once. You are learning which split seconds deserve more awareness tomorrow. The more often you find these hinges, the sooner your pauses become natural and your first impressions lose their power to drag you. Test each choice point with 3 questions. What was in my control? What belief did I assent to? What would right action have been? Keep the answers simple. In my control, my tone. Belief assented to, they disrespected me on purpose. Right action, calm reply, clarify, then move on. You will feel the mind try to argue, to justify. Thank it for the entertainment and write the clean version anyway. The act of writing a cleaner line rewires the next line you will speak. Audit speech with care. Words are often where days go wrong. Did your words serve truth and usefulness, or did they serve pride, performance, and impulse? How much of your talking was necessary? How much was you trying to manage impressions? Stoic discipline lives in the mouth as much as in the mind. Note where silence would have carried more authority. Note where a single honest sentence could have replaced a paragraph of hedging. Tomorrow, prepare that single sentence in advance. Audit attention like a budget. Where did your hours actually go? Do not guess. Write it plainly. Even rough estimates teach a lot. Minutes spent on focus. Minutes spent in drift. Minutes spent in service. Minutes spent in complaint. If the numbers disturb you, good. They are telling you which levers will buy your freedom. Make tiny swaps. 10 minutes moved from drift to reading. 5 minutes moved from outrage to a walk. You will be surprised how quickly the totals change when you treat attention as currency rather than a toy. Audit desire and aversion. Where did wanting pull you off course? Where did fear make your world smaller? You are not trying to erase wanting or fear. You are trying to see which ones you endorsed without checking. Did you chase a small pleasure and pay with peace later? Did you avoid a small discomfort and pay with a larger one? Write the trade in one line so your nervous system learns the true price. Next time, the price tag will be clearer at the moment of choice. Audit duty. Whom did you owe today? Family, colleagues, neighbors, your own future self? And how faithfully did you show up? Duty in Stoic practice is not grim, it is clean. It replaces the swamp of vague guilt with specific care. If you missed a duty, write the repair plan now while your honesty is awake. An apology, a rescheduled task, a clearer promise with a time attached. Repairs done quickly remove heavy stones from the mind. Do not carry them into another day. Audit justice. In each interaction, did you treat the other as an end in themselves, not a tool for your mood or agenda? If you were sharp, note why. If you were fair under pressure, note that too. Reinforce the day's strong moments so your mind learns that virtue is not rare or abstract. You already practiced it at 10:12 a.m. when you waited your turn, at 3:05 p.m. when you credited someone else, at 7:40 p.m. when you listened without rushing to fix. These are not small. They are the exact shape of the life you say you want. Audit courage. Where did you avoid a needed conversation? Where did you say yes because no felt risky? Where did you postpone because of foggy fear rather than clear reason? Name one act of courage you will take tomorrow. Make it concrete and small enough that only fear can stop it. Then refuse fear the vote. Courage grows by reps. Your audit is your training plan. Audit temperance. How did you eat, spend, consume, and rest? You do not need app graphs to know when you slipped. Write the exact moment you crossed from enough to excess. Then add a simple friction for tomorrow. Snacks moved out of sight, a card left at home, a screen off an hour earlier. Restraint is easier when the environment helps. Stoic strength is not only inner push, it is also outer design. Audit wisdom. What did the day teach? Not in grand lessons, but in tiny corrections. I argue less when I ask one more question. I focus better when my phone is in another room. I sleep better when I forgive before bed. Turn each into a short maxim you can carry. Wisdom is the distillation of many audits into a few sentences you can use under pressure. Audit alignment with your larger purpose. Did your actions today serve the cause you say you serve, or did they mostly serve comfort and image? One line will often reveal the truth. If your day was mostly about you, do not sulk. Choose one deed tomorrow that serves beyond you with no credit attached. Service widens the mind and shrinks 1,000 petty aches. Audit the body kindly. Did you move enough to keep your energy honest? Did you breathe deeply even once? Did you carry tension like armor all day? Simple check-ins tune your instrument. A slack body clouds judgment. A frantic body pushes you into ascent. You would have filtered if you had been rested. Treat sleep as discipline, not luxury. Your philosophy is only as steady as your nervous system. Audit your relationship with time. Did you treat hours as infinite or finite? If you handled time as if it would always stretch, write one sentence to correct that error. You are not trying to frighten yourself. You are simply removing a lie. When time is felt as limited, priorities take their rightful places without drama. Audit your relationship with uncertainty. Where did you demand guarantees that life does not offer? Where did you refuse to act until every risk was removed? Note one place you can act with partial information tomorrow, guided by reason rather than perfection. This is how momentum returns without reckless speed. Audit your use of the discipline of assent itself. Where did you catch an impression and test it? Praise that moment by writing it down. Where did an impression slip past your guard? Name the disguise it wore so you recognize it next time. They always do this. If I don't check right now, I'll miss out. They think I'm weak. Once named, these phrases lose magic. Tomorrow you will hear them like old jingles you no longer dance to. Keep the tone of the audit firm but warm. Harshness creates hiding, and hiding kills growth. The Stoics were strict with themselves without cruelty. They used the sting of recognition to fuel change, not shame. If you find yourself spiraling into self-attack, pause and rewrite the entry as instruction rather than accusation. You failed becomes do this differently. Precision, not poison. Close each audit with a micro-contract for tomorrow. 3 short commitments, each specific and observable. Pause before replying to X. Phone in the drawer from 8 to 10. 1 sincere thank you with details. Do not load 10 promises you will drop. Keep the bar honest. Keep it small enough that only carelessness or fear can stop you. Build weekly and monthly layers. A brief weekly audit asks what pattern keeps repeating and which single lever would change the pattern. A monthly audit picks a theme, silence, generosity, patience, and designs the environment and schedule to reflect it. Themes unify effort. Without them, you do 100 good things that cancel each other. Set up a simple ledger you can glance at, not a complicated system you will abandon. 4 rows for the 4 cardinal virtues with 1 example in each row. 1 column for attention, 1 for speech, 1 for courage, 1 for service. When you see empty cells, you know where to lean tomorrow. When you see many entries, you feel quiet pride without vanity. Create an apology protocol. When your audit reveals harm done, do not wait for the perfect words. Name the act, own it without defense, and repair what you can. Quick repairs keep your conscience light and your relationships alive. Waiting for the ideal moment is often pride in disguise. Add a pre-mortem line for tomorrow's likely trouble. Name the most probable failure point in advance and set a counter move. If late afternoon turns you into a critic, plan a 5-minute walk then. If meetings drain your patience, plan 1 quiet breath before each begins. Your audit should not only expose yesterday, it should pre-wire tomorrow. Use a decision log for the choices that scare you. Write the reasons you choose a path while you are calm. When nerves visit later, you can read your earlier clarity instead of listening to panic. Over time, you will trust your reason more than your moods because you will have a record of who is more reliable. Watch for common traps. Perfectionism will try to turn your audit into torture. Refuse it. You are not building a case, you are building a life. Rumination will try to replay scenes without producing a next step. If an entry has no action, close it. Vanity will try to turn the journal into a performance for an imaginary audience. Write as if no one will ever read it, because no one should. This practice loses power the moment it becomes a show. Invite a trusted friend or mentor into a tiny slice of the process. Share 1 weekly insight and 1 weekly commitment, not to impress, but to be held kindly accountable. The knowledge that someone will ask, "How did that go?" is often enough to bring your best self to the moment. Tie the audit to gratitude so it does not harden into criticism. End with 3 specifics you value from the day. A sentence you were proud to speak, a temptation you declined, a kindness you noticed. Gratitude keeps the soul from turning stoicism into stone. It reminds you that growth and grace belong together. If you miss a day, do not write a paragraph of apologies. Rejoin the practice as if you never left. Continuity is built by returning, not by perfection. What matters is that the pen keeps finding your hand and the truth keeps finding the page. Carry micro-audits into the day, a single breath before entering a room, a half-second pause before clicking a link. A quiet, "Is this mine to control?" when anxiety rises. These tiny checks are living pages of your journal. They convert last night's insights into today's actions. Over time, you will need fewer words to live the same wisdom. Use symbols if words feel heavy. A dot for courage, a dash for restraint, a circle for service, a star for justice. Some evenings you will only have energy for marks. That is enough. Meaning gathers around them, and you will remember what they stand for when the morning returns. Review old pages once a month. You will see proof that change has happened in places you forgot to notice. There is quiet power in watching your own handwriting grow steadier, your sentences grow cleaner, your promises grow smaller and truer. Let that confirmation feed your patience. Deep work takes seasons, not days. Let the audit keep you human. When you catch yourself failing in the same spot for the 10th time, remember that the point is not to never fall. It is to fall with awareness and rise with instruction. The one who never sees their errors is in more danger than the one who sees and corrects them slowly. Keep correcting. Return the practice to its source each night. What did I assent to that I should have filtered, and what did I refuse that I should have welcomed? This single line ties your audit to the heart of Stoic training. You are becoming a person whose first impressions no longer run their life. You are slowly moving from being driven by moods to being guided by reason. End the page with a small bow to the day. Whatever it held, it taught you. You are not the same person who woke this morning. You are a little more watchful, a little more free. Close the book. Sleep in clean peace. And when the light returns, you will carry last night's clarity into today's choices, one hinge at a time, until the life you want is not a promise on paper, but a rhythm in your bones. When the practice of daily self-auditing is embraced, the mind becomes sharper, more honest, more prepared to meet life without illusions. You begin to see your choices in clearer light, and with that clarity comes responsibility for how you live. Yet even with discipline, reflection and correction, the storms of life remain. Insults, injustice, loss, noise and chaos press against you constantly. The Stoics knew that without a place of refuge, the mind could be carried away by every wind. Their answer was not a physical retreat, but an inner one. The construction of what Marcus Aurelius called the inner citadel, a fortress of thought that cannot be breached by external forces. The inner citadel is not a wall of stone, but a discipline of spirit. It is the decision to guard sovereignty of mind so completely that nothing from outside can dictate your inner state. Fortune may strip you of wealth, reputation, even health, but it cannot touch your capacity to judge, to choose, to remain aligned with reason. The Stoics believed this to be the core of freedom, radical autonomy within, regardless of turbulence without. To build this citadel requires deliberate training. It begins with the recognition of what belongs to you and what does not. Your body, though precious, can be harmed by others. Your possessions can be stolen. Your status can collapse. But your judgments, your values, your choices, these are yours alone unless you surrender them. The citadel is constructed each time you refuse to hand this power away. Entering the inner citadel does not mean isolation from others or denial of responsibility. It means that while you engage with the world, you refuse to let the world's chaos enter your core. A soldier can stand in battle, a leader in crisis, a parent in grief, and still remain unbroken within. This is the difference between outer vulnerability and inner invincibility. The Stoic does not deny the wound, but denies it the power to define the soul. Practical exercises help strengthen this fortress. One is visualization. When struck by insult or misfortune, picture yourself stepping inward, retreating into a space of calm thought, where reason speaks louder than noise. Another is the practice of detachment. Remind yourself that external events are not you, they are circumstances. You can meet them with courage without letting them corrode the core. Over time, this retreat becomes automatic, a second nature that shields peace even when the storm is loud. The inner citadel also clarifies purpose. From its walls, you see that most of what disturbs you is not necessary. Opinions, gossip, praise, criticism, all lose their weight when filtered through reason. What remains are the essentials: justice in your dealings, courage in your trials, moderation in your desires, wisdom in your choices. The citadel is not escape, but focus, stripping away distractions until only what matters remains. Building this fortress is not easy, for it requires saying no to impulses that want to rush out and fight every battle. It requires humility to admit that control ends at your judgments. But once established, it becomes the most reliable source of strength. Others may lose themselves in external chaos. You remain steady because your citadel is guarded. So let this lesson rise naturally from self-auditing. When you review your day, you see where you gave away your sovereignty and where you held it firm. The next step is to make that sovereignty unshakable, to construct within yourself a citadel no fortune can breach. In this space, radical autonomy of mind is not a theory, but a lived reality, and from it flows the calm, clarity, and courage the Stoics sought above all. When the inner citadel is built, when the mind learns to retreat into its own unshakable strength, you begin to see how little of life is truly under your command. Yet there is one treasure always within reach, one possession never borrowed from fortune: the present moment. The Stoics taught that while the past is untouchable and the future uncertain, the now belongs fully to you. To waste it in regret or anxiety is to abandon the only time you truly own. Resetting your perception of time is not about counting hours, but about reclaiming awareness, using each moment with clarity rather than letting it dissolve unnoticed. The mind's greatest weakness is its tendency to live elsewhere. It drifts into the past, replaying wounds and victories, or it leaps into the future, fabricating fears and fantasies. The Stoics saw this as a sickness of perception. Seneca warned that life feels short because we lose so much of it to distraction. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that each person is granted only this present breath, this present choice, this present act. To forget this is to live as if you are immortal, wasting what is most fragile. Owning the present moment begins with recognition. Notice how quickly the mind slides into elsewhere. When you catch yourself replaying yesterday or fretting about tomorrow, gently return to now. Ask, what is required of me in this instant? Not later, not eventually, but here. This question anchors you. It transforms the present from background noise into the stage of your entire life. The Stoics also taught that the present moment is sufficient for happiness. You do not need the guarantee of a lifetime to live well. You need only today. If you align this day with virtue, if you act justly, wisely, and courageously now, then you have lived fully. Whether more days come or not, you have fulfilled your task. This focus dissolves the fear of death and the restlessness of delay, replacing them with quiet sufficiency. Practical exercises support this shift. Begin mornings by reminding yourself, today is all I own. Throughout the day, pause often and ask, am I truly here, or am I lost in elsewhere? In the evening, review. How many hours were lived consciously? How many were stolen by distraction? These practices train attention to return to the present until it becomes natural. Another practice is to slow perception deliberately. When eating, notice taste and breath. When walking, feel each step. When listening, hear without rushing to reply. These small acts reclaim the present from the blur of habit. They remind you that life is not lived in general, but in particular, not in years, but in moments. The Stoic reset of time also reshapes ambition. Much striving is postponed living. I will be happy when I achieve this, when I secure that, when I arrive there. But when you own the present, you see that life is not waiting for you at the end of some path. It is already here, in each decision and interaction. Achievement becomes less about distant milestones and more about fidelity to the moment you inhabit. So let this lesson follow naturally from the inner citadel. Once you guard your sovereignty within, you must also guard the time you truly own. The present is the only ground where virtue can act, the only canvas on which your life is painted. To reclaim it is to live awake, to refuse exile into past or future, and to meet each moment as the gift and responsibility it already is. This is the Stoic reset of time perception, the art of owning the now. You've now walked through the full journey of 4 hours of Stoic wisdom to reset your life in sleep. From practicing voluntary discomfort to sharpening the discipline of ascent, from embracing ordinary life to seeing the cosmos as your true context, each lesson has built toward one truth. Peace and strength are never granted by fortune, but cultivated within. You've discovered how to reset your mind through self-auditing, to retreat into your inner citadel, to anchor yourself in the present, to turn obstacles into growth, and to leave behind not just achievements, but a legacy of character. If these ideas have touched you tonight, if even one Stoic practice planted a seed you'll carry into tomorrow, share your thoughts below. Tell me, which of these lessons spoke to you most deeply? Your reflections might become the spark someone else needs on their own journey. And if you found value here, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next exploration into philosophy, resilience, and the art of living well. Every lesson we share brings us closer to a community rooted in wisdom and calm. Now take a deep breath, let the words settle, and allow sleep to carry this wisdom deeper into you. Tomorrow, wake lighter, calmer, and stronger, ready to live with reason, courage, and peace.